Hello? There we go. Good morning. Wait a minute. Come on. We are in Orlando. It's supposed to be the funnest place on earth. Good morning. There we go. Hello. Welcome to DRJ Spring 2024. Are we excited? All right. Okay. All right, I'm going to get you there. So we're excited that you're joining us, and we have incredible things happening over the next few days. So can you believe that this is our 70th conference? 70th. Okay, all right. All right, come on now, people. All right. You know, so thinking about this theme, I'm reminded that through the evolution of our industry, we are constantly unleashing the power of applying resilience to our organizations. Now, DRJ has done this since its inception, and it continues to grow. So, an example, so you know before we used to be at a different place. Today, our new home is the Renaissance here in Orlando SeaWorld. Nice place, we like it. So far, so good, okay. And you may have noticed, or may not have noticed, that you have a new MC. That would be me. Well, thank you very much, I appreciate that. So, from my perspective, as your MC, you know, I think I'm also exemplifying the power of resilience. So to understand, I want to share my journey from becoming today's MC. So when I attended my first DRJ conference, it was about 14 years ago, so I know I'm dating myself, but I was hooked. When I came here, DRJ introduced me to the world of business continuity and disaster recovery. It's like, what's this thing? Like, this is crazy. I can't believe it. So this is where we learn about the trends. We grow our education about our industry and our career. And we're surrounded by a diverse network of thought leaders who take their time in sharing their knowledge with us. So, of course, why wouldn't I take this opportunity to be part of something that poured into my own evolution in my career? So, when I was approached to be your MC today, I turned it down. I turned it down. So, you would say, Lisa, what stopped you from saying that immediate yes? And it was something that goes against everything that I love about our industry. And it's the narrative the narrative of exclusiveness that's playing out here in Florida. So surely the political climate is not ideal. You know, the government has passed laws which are very controversial at the very least, and at the best, disproportionately affect people of color, the LGBT community, and women. Also, what you may or may not know, we have several colleagues who decided not to come, including an editorial advisory board member who decided not to attend because they thought they would face opposition for being here. And so, as a Black woman, I'm standing in a place where books are being banned and a comfortable version of history is accessible. So, can you imagine being told that your history which, by the way, hate to tell you, is American history, is not acceptable. So I stand here as a representative of my ancestors who were brought here against their will, despite everything, and demonstrated resilience by surviving. Thank you. So you say, Lisa, how can you reconcile being in a place that discounts my heritage? Well, by being MC, I am representing my family, my friends who helped me on this journey, and my ancestors to share the right story. So by standing here today, I am not standing by my ancestors, but I'm also standing up for my ancestors. And despite trends that you're seeing related to DE&I throughout the country, I am proud to say that DRJ is dedicated to fostering diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now, it's not just the marginalized and oppressed groups that I mentioned before that are forced to overcome. We all have our own stories of resilience. And I stand here for you, and I stand here with you too. So, together, we all can unleash this power of resilience. Thank you. Whew, that was a lot. Okay. All right, so this is our 70th conference, and we have more than 500 attendees, as you can see, so clap it up for you. I'm so glad you were able to make it. We have another 250 speakers and exhibitors, as well as over 100 attending virtually. So let's say hi to our virtual friends. Hey, virtual friends, hi. I want to thank all of our sponsors that have allowed us to bring the largest, longest running, best-in-class event. I also would like to recognize some dedicated professionals who help DRJ on many fronts, and that's our executive council and our advisory board. Can you guys stand up and just wave your hand? Don't be scared. Okay, there we go. Thank you so much. Okay, and then if you need any help or guidance during this conference, you visit the help desk. I'm sure you've been there for any type of support that you need. Also, don't forget to use the CVent app. So that's the app that you can use to find the latest updates about programs and messages and ask questions to our keynote speakers. So just make sure if you want to ask questions, you go into the schedule on the app, find the specific keynote session that you want to talk about, and then at the bottom of the page, you select the live Q&A, and then you can enter your questions there. And make sure, in order to ask questions, you have to make sure you add that to your schedule in order to ask those questions, okay? All right, are we good? We good? Ready? Did you eat too much food? Who had the eggs? Who did it? Who ate too much toast? You guys are quiet, so maybe after a couple minutes, you'll get a little better. So let's get started, and let's introduce our first speaker. All right, so our first speaker today is Bonney. So Bonney is an international keynote speaker and authority of change management, a two-time author, and a host and creator of Dancing in the Discomfort Zone podcast. If you haven't listened to it, I'm telling you, you'll love it. I've downloaded it, and I was listening to it on the plane, and I was like, girl, yes. Well, that's a whole okay. She's moved 28 times to 4 different continents and went to 12 different schools from kindergarten in her master's work, and who knows how many hairdos has she had. She knows change. She spent 20 years in a highly corporate and non-profit leadership positions and leading diverse teams through many changes and maintaining productivity and engagement. Then left all that behind to use her experience and her expertise to ignite courage and to embrace your discomfort. When she's not boosting your resilience and confidence, she's at home paddleboarding in Tampa Bay, and she also watches the British baking show. I'm sure a lot of people love that show. So please help me welcome All right.
All right, so I have a question for you. How many of you have had that morning where you get up, you're making your coffee, and you grab your phone and you check your email, and before you even get into the office, you feel like this? And then you get to work, right? And then you get to work, and you go to a few meetings that should have been emails, and by 3 o'clock, you're about here. And on the way home, you're like, I know what's gonna fix this. A pint of Chubby Hubby ice cream, right? So you go to the grocery store, and you go to the ice cream, and you open it up, and they're out of Chubby Hubby. And you get home, and you have all these goals, and you want to spend quality time with your children and read books and work out, and this is about all you can manage. Has anybody been through this day? Yes, okay. You feel like these days are a little more frequent now? Yeah. So I would love to take a poll, and Lisa did a great job introducing the app, but we'll do this now, and then you'll be set up for the rest of the session. But go to that bottom. So I've got a few polls for you to kind of take a judge, and I want to hear from the people at home too. So jump on that app and go to the session, add the session so you can ask questions also, because I'm going to take questions at the end, and those are all going to come through the Q&A, so everybody on the live stream can also take part in those Q&A. So you can put questions in throughout the session as you have them, and we'll try to hit them all as we get to the end. But right now, when you go to the bottom of the session, once you've added it, you should see some polls asking about your level of overwhelm right now. 1 being super overwhelmed and completely burned out, 5 being not so bad, really. So go ahead and take part in those polls, and when we get some answers, we'll put them up on the screen and let you see what we've got. All right. Looks like, I love seeing these things develop as we go. Technology's so fun when it works. All right. All right, so it looks like most of you are kind of in that middle range. Some of you are like, I got this. God. And then some of you are like, no, I'm completely burned out. I'm very, very overwhelmed. So go ahead to the next poll. There was a second one about your team. Because as we go through today, we're going to talk about resilience from a different perspective. As I was looking at all the materials for what you've got ahead of you, you talk a lot about cybersecurity, resilience, business resilience, keeping business going. We're talking about personal, human resilience for this session here today. And so as you think about the 3 steps I'm going to give you to work through challenges and build more resilience, I want you to think about this for yourself, but also for the people that you work with. So it looks like, if we're characterizing the people that we work with, okay, you're most in the middle, nobody's smooth sailing, which is unfortunate, but not as many feel like you think that they are on that complete burnout. So that gives us an understanding of where you are and what you're dealing with as we go through today. And the reason I ask this is because as we go through life, and especially in the jobs that you do, life is not about waiting for the storm to pass. It's about learning how do we dance in the rain. I call it dancing in the discomfort zone, but whatever the case, we've got to learn and figure out how do we build resilience within all the challenges that we have to face every day. My name is Ann B. Nice to meet you. Welcome to Orlando. You took a break from fixing messes here to be in this land. Oh, with all your friends at DRJ. Yeah. I was wondering if you and me could spend an hour unleashing your resilience power so you don't rip out all your hair. And I said, oh, baby, I just want you to dance at DRJ. And I said, oh, baby, I just want you to dance with me today. So, this is what we're going to talk about. Thank you. We're talking about how do we figure out how to dance in the rain, because it is going to rain. we are going to have discomfort that we do have to work through, both for ourselves and for our teams. So that is what we're aiming at. My name is Bonney. I am going to be your tour guide for today. And I want to talk, and this is me when I was about 2 years old. We lived in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And when you're 2 and 3, it's when you're starting to recognize that there's something other than just eating, sleeping, and all the other stuff as a little baby, right? There's friends, there's a yard, there's dogs, there's things outside. So every morning I would go to the window and I would say hi to everybody. I'd say, hi, Brian. Hi, Mrs. Elsie. Hi, Julie. And my mom said it was so creepy. She'd be peacefully sleeping down the hall and she'd hear, hi, Julie. And then she watched Poltergeist. You remember that movie? She was like, oh my God, Anne, it's you. And then a year later, we moved to Virginia. And I didn't realize this until a couple years ago in therapy, but apparently I was pissed. Because they took everything that I ever knew that I was learning about in life, and it all changed. Everything. Tell them I'm busy. I'm busy. I'll call them back in an hour. Took everything I knew and just ripped it out from under me. And then we moved again to Missouri, and then my brother and I got home in the spring of my 2nd grade year. My parents sat us down and said, we're moving to Saudi Arabia. And I was like, I have no idea what that means. But here we go. Apparently, I said I got places to go and people to see. I was a strange child then, too. But during all of this change, I was taking it a lot more in stride at this point, which is good because, as Lisa said, I've moved about 28 times. God only knows how many hairdos, had a bunch of jobs. And I've dealt with a lot of change and upheaval within organizations, let alone all the upheaval in the world that we've dealt with over the last. So I've learned a lot about this. So I'm excited to share with you some of these steps that you can use to build your resilience and to help build your team's resilience. But the fact is, it's not resilience that we need as people, because humans are naturally resilient. We will bounce back. What we need is mental toughness. And a perfect example of that came to me summer of 2022. Me and some friends of mine were prepping to climb Kilimanjaro. And my friend went out to Colorado, and she was going to climb Quandary. Is anybody from Colorado here? Okay, right here in the front row, nice. And somebody over there, nice. So it's a 14,000-foot mountain. I live here in Florida. It is one of the flattest states it is the flattest state, actually. And so we were trying to get some altitude training. And this is a pretty high mountain. And at the point that she got to, at this point, with the goal way up here at the top, okay? And this is a point where, you're tired, you've already hiked a lot of way, you're at elevation, so for those of us flatlanders, your lungs aren't used to it, so you're taking a few steps and stopping to rest, and then taking 2 more steps and stopping to rest. And she got to this point, and to give you a little perspective about how far that peak is, those little blue things are people. Shows you how far away. And she said, Anne, it was a great moment because I got to that point and I was tired and I wanted to stop. But I wanted to get that goal, and this was painful and it was terrible, and I knew I could do it. And that is what I call mental toughness. Because that's not just resilience of I can deal with this hard thing and get through this. It's resilience plus confidence. And that's what we want. We want that moment where we say, wow, this is really hard. This is really terrible. And I got it. That's what we're looking for here. That makes us stronger at our jobs, and that makes us stronger and happier in our lives. So let's talk about this, all right? There's a little 2 almond-shaped jobbies in the middle deep part of your brain called the amygdala. And that is the place that is designed to keep you alive, which was really handy back in caveman days and for teenage boys, because I don't know how y'all survived that. But 100% risk averse. No danger. It does not like danger at all. And this is why we are so comfortable in our comfort zones, In that area where we know what's going to happen, we know what our reactions are, everything is same, and thus your amygdala thinks everything is safe, right? And I like to think about the comfort zone as a nice, comfy, cozy cabin, like in the woods. It's snowing outside, you just got back from the grocery store, you got good movies or video games or books or whatever you like to do, puzzles, maybe the dog's there. You got one of those couches that you lay down on and then you wake up 3 hours later like, oh God, did I miss the bus? Right? You got good snacks in the comfort zone, and there's a little elf in the comfort zone. And that elf's job is to keep you there, keep you comfortable, keep you safe, and keep you alive. And there's one door that leads outside of the comfort zone. And that door leads to, I don't know. It could be good. It could be bad. We don't know. It's unknown. And the elf does not like it if you look at, head towards, or God forbid, go out the door. But as long as you stay inside in your nice, comfy, cozy cabin, everything is fine. And the elf reminds you how nice it is when we know what's going to expect. And he rubs your feet and opens a fresh bag of Cheetos, and everything is nice and calm, smooth sailing. And then something changes. Whether it's a change on the outside or change in the way we expected something to go, whatever the case, we now are outside of the comfort zone, standing on the porch, and your elf is completely freaking out. Oh my God, this is never gonna work, this is never gonna work. You are not good enough for this, you are not smart enough for this, you should have started your diet earlier because those pants are a little tight and your hair is weird, this is never gonna work. Am I the only one who has this elf? Okay, it's tough being the only in the room. Okay, I'm so familiar with this elf that I actually named her. Mine's name is Sally. This is Sally. So when I refer to Sally, she's the voice of my amygdala. She doesn't like it when things change. And she can be very, very convincing because she knows everything I've screwed up, everything I don't know, everything I wish I hadn't said. And in those moments where we are feeling unsafe or we don't know what's going to happen, she pulls it all out for me. And oftentimes she's very convincing. And so I turn around and I bang on the door to get back in, and then we sit on the porch of the comfort zone and wish things were different. And some people stay there for a short time, and some people stay there for a very long time. All right? So what I want you to do is grab a pen real quick. You can do this at home too. Grab a pen and just write your name on a piece of paper. Anywhere, it doesn't matter. You can put it on a napkin or on your hand or on your program. Just write your name. Now put your pen in the other hand and write it again. How'd that go? Terrible. So why did you laugh? Why? A lot of times I get groans, I get laughs. Why did you laugh? Just yell it out. I knew there was going to be a big difference and not a good difference, right? Yeah. Why else? It's awkward. Yeah. Why else? It's not comfortable, and I heard one other. Sorry? It looks bad. We're worried we're going to fail, right? We lose our competence when we do something the way we don't normally do it. We lose our confidence. This is a silly little example, but even for those of us who are all about change, that kind of change makes us uncomfortable. And so we start to, and again, that amygdala starts going, whoa, you don't do this very often, you don't know how to do this, this is going to be a hot mess. Somebody yesterday, earlier last week when I was speaking, said, I'm ambidextrous, that was easy. I said, go ahead and take off your shoe. He was like, oh. But this is a fun illustration of what happens. I mean, you immediately worry. It didn't take very long. You probably got over it really fast. But this is that amygdala reaction when something changes, when something doesn't happen the way you were expecting it to happen. So this is what we're going to look at and work through with the 3 steps I'm about to give you. All right, so First of all, we're going to identify our problem. And I don't mean what is the problem we have to solve. That is something you all are experts at. I mean, what's my problem? Why is this hard? Pausing for a minute to identify that can really help your thinking get clearer. But the problem is we've got so much social programming that's telling us, stay positive, look on the bright side, think happy thoughts only, right? We're supposed to squash all of this negativity and resistance down so that we can be positive, which is important. But then you've also got Sally on the other side squawking all the things in your ear that are going to go wrong, that you're going to mess up. She's thinking about the future because this could be very dangerous. And so now we've got this conflicting messaging going on in our heads. If we are able to pause for a minute and say, okay, why am I a little bit nervous about this? Why does this make me upset? Why am I frustrated right now? What we're doing is we're moving the activity in our brain from the amygdala, which is reacting to this, oh my gosh, we don't know what's going to happen, danger, danger, to the more modern part of your brain, which is your prefrontal cortex, which is the actual part that does the thinking and not just the reacting. And by pausing for a minute to say, what's my problem? Okay, I'm nervous because I want this to go well. I don't want to fail. We are now shifting to the thinking part of our brain, and we're a lot more effective at actually reasoning rather than going on habit. And one of the questions that I want you to ask yourself at this point is, what can I control? Because so often, we worry so much about things we can't control. We put our energy towards things that do impact us and we do need to think about, but we can't do anything about. Perfect example, I only moved here about a year and a half ago. I was in northern Michigan and I was cold, so I said, let me go see what's happening down there in the sunshine. And first summer I was here, a hurricane was planning to come up my driveway. And as I got the evacuation order, of course, I'm freaking out. And I'm walking around in my living room, like, freaking out. What am I going to do? What if my house is destroyed? What if everything gets ruined? What if? And I'm saying all the what ifs that I can't control. Finally, I do all the movie thing. I give myself the slap. I'm like, look, honey, all right, we're worried about this. I call myself honey. It's very condescending, but it works. What's happening? Okay, there's a hurricane coming up my driveway. And everything could get destroyed. Okay, yes. And what can you control right now? Well, I can elevate whatever I can. I can put the stuff that's irreplaceable in my car and get out. And so I did. But this is what, and my house was fine, by the way. But thinking about what can I control puts you into action on what is meaningful. And this not only helps you to feel like you're in action, but improves your confidence and improves your self-efficacy, which is that belief that you can do something to make the situation better. It's interesting. And so now we've got our thinking brain engaged rather than just that reactive part. And now we can start taking action. And an interesting thing I learned recently is that the American bison will turn into a snowstorm. When every other animal is turning away from it, moving with the wind, because it's easier, and getting out of the storm, the bison will actually turn into the storm and slowly move into the wind, because it knows if the wind is going this way, the storm is going this way. If I go this way, I get out of it quicker. And this is a great lesson for dancing in the discomfort zone. We're standing on the porch of our old comfort zone. We know we can't go back in there. And it's time to shift our energy towards the discomfort zone, which is that point between the edge of the porch of the old comfort zone and somewhere out there where we become comfortable with whatever is going on. And that's where I call dancing in the discomfort zone, which is what these bison are doing. It's called a balter. It's like remember Seinfeld with Elaine? She's like dancing like this, all awkward. Sometimes it feels terrible. Dancing in the discomfort zone is not a very comfortable process, but when we're dancing, we're moving. When we're moving, we're learning, all right? So think about that song that I played a little bit earlier, all right? And as I play this, I want you to think about how would you dance to this song? Now, I'm not like a lot of speakers. I'm not going to ask you to get up and dance. You're welcome. You're like, we'll leave, lady. It's only 8:15 in the morning. It hasn't happened yet, but I know it will. You're welcome to dance. You're welcome to just shake your booty in the chair. I'm more of a chair dancer. You can just move your head. You can do your hands. You can just think about it, whatever the case. But think about how you would dance. How would I dance to this, right? Okay. There's a head going. Thank you. She's a morning person. Okay, so you got that feeling. You got that dance. Now imagine if you were to do the same dance right now. How would that feel? You'd go to sleep. He's like, it is early, lady. But how would that feel? What would happen? They don't match. It wouldn't go, right? And so now, as we've identified our problem, it's time to start making a plan. And our brains often rush to certainty. They rush to do what we've done before. They rush to dance to the song that we were dancing to yesterday. But oftentimes, that's not the right plan for today's situation. As we look at what we can control, as we look at what we can do something about, now we need to start questioning our assumptions, questioning the habits that we have and the old things that we've always done. Apparently, veteran brain surgeons, you'd think that you want a brain surgeon who's like, I've been in there, I know what everything is, we're good. I've done it before, right? But research shows that veteran brain surgeons actually make more mistakes than newer brain surgeons because they assume they know the answer. Where the veterans are like, I haven't been in here a lot, I know all the parts, but it could be this, could be this. I start thinking about all the things it could be. And so as you're making a plan, I really want you to question the assumptions that you're making, question what you've always done, and instead of rushing to certainty, really engage that thinking part of the brain, and perhaps try something new. In 2002, I started work I was just finished training animals. I moved to Baltimore, I got a divorce, and so my life was shifting. I said, you know what, I think I need a big kid job. So I answered an ad in the newspaper in Baltimore for a little company called Under Armour that nobody had ever heard of. I was employee number 80, and I was hired to answer the phone. And during the first couple weeks, I had just moved to Baltimore, so I was new to town. I was new to this job. And during the first couple of weeks, as everybody's coming by, they're introducing themselves, but they're also talking about the Under Armour Baltimore Marathon. And I was like, that's interesting, because Under Armour sponsors this race. And everybody's talking about all of the different parts of the race. There's a 5K, there's a half marathon, there's a relay, there's a marathon. And I'm going, oh, this is interesting. And somebody walks up to me at one point and says, hey, do you want to be on our relay team? You can run the 3-mile leg. And I'm like, no. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Running is terrible. It's painful, it's boring, it's awful, it's painful. No, I don't run. She's like, I can help you train. You could try something new. And I'm like, no, I'm not a runner. I don't run. No, thanks, bye. So she goes away, and over the next couple of weeks, people are walking by. We're going on a training run later. You want to come? Oh, we got shirts for our relay team. Oh, look at this. Oh, we're doing this. You're doing the half, I'm doing the full. And all of a sudden, my FOMO kicks in. You know the FOMO? The fear of missing out? And my desire to avoid pain was overshadowed by my desire to bond with my new coworkers and be a part of this thing that everybody was going to be a part of. So I went back to Maggie. I said, hey, Maggie, do you still have that 5-mile or that 3-mile leg, the short one, please? She's like, yeah, sure. I said, will you help me train? She's like, yeah, sure. And so we did. And I ran that 3-mile leg that day, and I had so much fun that within the next year, I had run my first marathon. I've since run marathons all over the place. This was Las Vegas. I am literally the ugliest Elvis ever. I've met some of my best friends. This was at the Cincinnati Flying Pig Marathon, and we meet up. My other two pigs, I'm the captain, of course, if you know anything about the name Bonney. It was an infamous female pirate, so I got to be the captain. But anyway, I meet up with these people once a year to do a half marathon. And I also became the brand manager for running over time as Under Armour launched the running shoes. And I got to take part in one of the greatest honors of my life. Somebody came up to me at one point and said, "Hey, do you want to go to Iraq?" And I was like Iraq? Like with the guns and stuff? And they're like, "Yeah, we're taking 5K races to 5 different bases, and we'd love you to go hand out free Under Armour." I'm like, hold on, let me get this straight. I get to go hang out with a bunch of soldiers and give them free Under Armour? And they're like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Okay." I am 100%. I'm like, "Do I get a flak jacket?" We're in. So we went over, and what we'd do is we'd land at the base the night before. We'd kind of set up some stuff, and we'd go to bed, get up the next morning, set up the race. We had a finish line. We had a photographer. We had the timing mat and the website that they could go to. We had all the things and medals, and I gave away free stuff. And it was so much fun. And then we'd do the race. We'd have a picnic. We had a band with us. They'd play. Sometimes I'd sing with the band. Then we'd go to the next base, and we'd do it all again the next day. So during the race, of course, there's nothing for me to do, so I would go and run and chat with people. And I'm running along one time, and I came across these 2 guys, and we're running, and I'm about to give them a hard time because they were allowed to wear shorts. And then one of them stops, and he goes, "Hey, dude, hold on. I need a cigarette." So I'm like, "I'll see you guys at the picnic." So I go on and see them later. I sit down with my hot dog and my Coca-Cola, and I'm like, "What are you guys doing? It's so hot out here. This is the desert. You could have worn shorts." And they're like, "Well, man, we don't have our shorts with us. This is actually not our base. We're waiting for transport to our base, and we were kind of glad you were here because we were looking for a distraction. We just got off of the battlefield in Fallujah this morning, and we had kind of a tough morning." And had I questioned my assumption of being a runner and set all of these things into motion just so I could be there, it's a pretty good decision. So think about that. As you're faced with challenging situations where you don't know the answer, sometimes trying something new could set a whole lot of things into place. So as you're making that plan, really think about, is this the right answer for today's situation based on what I can control? So we've talked about problem. What's my problem? Then we started making a plan, but we're still on the porch of the old comfort zone. It's time to start taking some action. And this is something that I wish my grandmother knew back in the day. When I was a teenager, we lived with my grandmother one year when my brother was learning how to drive. He was getting his driver's license, and we lived overseas, so my parents decided, I think they decided they wanted a summer off of the kids, but they said, "Oh, go ahead and live with your grandmother." And Margaret was a English teacher. She was a teeny tiny little lady, very sweet, but man, when she gave you the look, right? You have the same grandmother. We're related, Lisa, I know this. So every time we'd be in the car, my brother was learning how to drive, but she would never let him drive when we were all in the car. And so we'd come to a 4-way stop, and my grandmother would be driving, and here's how she dealt with it. She would come to a complete stop, let everybody go that it was their turn, and then she'd make eye contact with everybody else so they knew it was her turn, and then she would ease into the intersection, continuing to make eye contact with everybody until she deemed it safe, and she would finally go. And as a teenager, this was infuriating because So one day, we're all going to a movie, and Grandma Peggy's driving. She comes to the 4-way stop. She makes the stop. She makes eye contact with everybody else. She eases into the intersection, and my brother yells, "Punch it, Margaret!" There were consequences, so I don't recommend doing this. But it was one of the funnier moments of my school life and a great message for all of us when we're standing on the porch of the comfort zone, when we're thinking about all the things that could go wrong. Sometimes we need that little catalyst, that activation energy to get us off the porch and get us moving. And so I want you to experience this energy with me for a sec. So on 3, I want you to summon all of that teenage angst, all of the speed and the freedom that was stolen from you when you were 15 or 16 years old. And I want you to yell, "Punch it, Margaret," on 3. It feels good, I promise. And everybody else will do it. They always do. So give it all you got. 1, 2, 3. That was awesome. Doesn't that feel good? Right? Go ahead, give yourselves a round of applause. This is what chemists call activation energy. It's that energy to get you going. And when I say punch it, Margaret, I don't mean that you need to quit your job and buy a bar in Bali and never wear shoes again, right? Sometimes it's just a little boop, boop, right off the porch. Sometimes it's just asking a question or researching something online or going to a training class or whatever. It doesn't have to be a giant leap because the discomfort zone is a dark, foggy place. And you can't often see the whole path. But if you look down, you can see one step. And so we need to punch it, Margaret, and get moving. Because oftentimes that'll show us the next step. And show us the next step. And we realize then we're moving, then we're learning. And when we're active, our mental toughness increases. Our confidence increases because we're learning. We're not just sitting here worrying. So this is what we need to do. All right, so grab your phone. We got another poll for you because I have a question. And it is, how do you feel about taking action? You yelled punch it, Margaret, like a bunch of people who are like, leap and the net will appear. But I know some of you were gripping the edge of the table saying, I don't really want to punch it. So I'm just curious, where are you with this action thing? All right, here we go. Okay. Paralysis by analysis is something a lot of people get stuck in. Now, I'm not surprised at all that this room is full of people who are not sitting in that paralysis category. Your job does not allow it. But C is where most of you are lying. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's really tough. And then a few of you are like, yeah, I'm great at it. In fact, I should probably spend more time analyzing. I'm with you. I'm a leaper. Okay? But think about this. Think about your team. How comfortable are they with this? And sometimes just acknowledging, like we talked about in the beginning, problem. Sometimes just acknowledging, this is hard. This is scary because we don't know how this is going to turn out. Right? And as we're standing on the porch of the comfort zone, and as Sally is talking about all the things that could go wrong, that haven't yet, I want you to question her and say, what if this goes right? What if this goes really well? Because we often don't stop and think about that. We're so inundated with the negative thoughts that we don't stop and say, wait a minute. Yeah, okay, Sally, you're right. And thanks for trying to keep me alive. And I've figured out a lot of stuff in my life. You would not be in this room if you had not figured out a lot of stuff. Taxes, mortgage, marriage, getting a job, getting dressed, keeping children alive, which I have not endeavored to do because I'm terrified of it. I'm not going to punch it, Margaret, on that one. But don't underestimate your ability to figure things out. And again, that's why I call it dancing. Because you might take a few steps and be like, whoop, that's not the way. Whoop, we're going to go over here, right? So it's not walking through the discomfort zone. That would be a lot more comfortable. We're dancing. But you're really good at figuring things out. So as you're standing on the porch of the comfort zone, and you are having that fear, remind yourself of all the things that have gone well and punch it, Margaret. Get out there and do it. So these are our 3 steps. We figure out, what is my problem? Where's the challenge here? Moving the thinking from reaction to actual cognition. Then we make a plan. And we say, is the plan what we've always done? Or is this the right reaction for this situation right now? Maybe what you've always done is the right thing. But make sure you're doing it because you've considered and not because it's a habit. And then, as you're standing on the porch, we're going to punch it, Margaret, and move and get dancing. And this is going to improve our self-efficacy, improve that mental toughness that's going to help us not only recognize this is hard, but also know that we're able to do it. So I would love to pause right now because this is a great time for some questions. If you haven't put anything in the app, you're welcome to do that now. We probably have some in the back that are already in the app and already questions, so let me just jump right in here. You're telling me to trust myself. But there have been so many times that things haven't gone well, and the voice of doubt in my head constantly reminds me of it. How do I silence the voice? Okay, I always say that that voice in our head knows too much. It knows entirely too much. It knows everything that we've ever messed up, and it keeps it categorically, alphabetized for us to pull out at any moment. And so one of the things I heard, and I wish I could remember his name, I have to go back up and look it up. He was a double Ironman, 6-time double Ironman finisher. Okay, an Ironman triathlon is a 2.5-mile swim, 112-mile bike, and a full marathon, 26-mile run. He did twice that, all in a row. A lot of time for that voice of doubt to start squawking, a lot of times to talk yourself out of what you're doing. And he said, I learned to talk to myself rather than listen to myself. So I call this, in my book, I call it sassy backtalk to that voice of doubt. To say, yes, thank you for trying to keep me alive, I appreciate it, and I've figured out this. I've survived every worst day of my life. And I've gotten to this point. So that's one of the things that I like to, when that voice is just booming loud, I like to remind myself to talk to myself rather than listening to myself. Okay? Any more questions here? How do I get Sally to shut up? You know what? If you figure that out, let me know. You can have my job because I haven't figured out a way to do it. Short of a lobotomy. Jen Sincero wrote a book, a phenomenal book. She's a great author. And she talked about how that voice of doubt in your head is going to control the radio in the car. It's always going to be a passenger. Just don't let it drive, right? The voice of doubt's going to be there. I wish I could bring, you're good. When you leave here, it will stop. It won't. It'll always be there. And so it's having those little things that you can say to yourself that, like for me, before coming up on stage, I'm always nervous. I do this 60 or so times a year, and I still get nervous. And I tell myself, Anne, somebody thought this was a good idea. You've done it before with great success. Just go do the thing. And I have that in my little arsenal. So sometimes having something specific that you tell Sally can help. Just go do the thing. Another thing that I did recently in a half marathon that I was running with a friend of mine, she was like, I don't know what to think right now. My voice is down. I'm like, don't think, just do. Just do the thing. Distract yourself and do the thing. So how do you convince yourself to take a calculated risk? So this is where Punch It Margaret comes in really handy. As you said it, called it yourself in this question, calculated risk means that you've thought about it, means that you've calculated it. One of the questions I like to ask is, what is the worst case scenario and how likely is that? What's the best case scenario? How likely is that? What's likely to happen? Because then you can start to weigh the risks. When you look at worst case scenario, you can also say, if that does happen, what do we do then? Is that catastrophic, or can we come back from that? And once you've done all of that weighing, you can also say, is there a little step we can take to just start moving things forward and start learning things without completely committing? Can we do a beta test? Is there a way we can just start to learn a little bit more? That way, if we need to, we can hop back up on the porch, right? But usually, especially when we've thought it through, when we start dancing, we start realizing, okay, we're good, we can do this. So that Punch It Margaret is a great opportunity for you to be able to say, let's just do it and try it. Okay, and if you need a reminder, I'm going to be in the exhibit hall a little bit later. I have a podcast interview there at about 1:30, so I'll be there around 1, 2 o'clock. If you see me, grab me. I'll have some Punch It Margaret stickers if anybody needs a little reminder. They're an awful lot of fun, all right? I don't have any trouble moving through challenges, awesome, but people on my team can't seem to get past the resistance. How do I help others punch it? First, and go through this, right? What's their problem? By acknowledging that there is a challenge with this, it can really help people move through it because they realize, You realize this isn't easy, and that can really help. When I was at Under Armour, when they made a big change at one point, my boss brought our team into a room, and he said, okay, y'all, complain. And it was crickets. We were like, wait, what? You want us to complain? He's like, yeah. He's like, I want you to vent. I want you to tell me all the challenges you see with this, because you may see something that we haven't, and I might be able to help you with this. We were like, oh, I'll complain. He opened the floodgates, but it worked. So acknowledging the problem, and then if you can, involve them in planning how you're going to move through it. Because when people are involved in a decision-making process, they have a lot more ownership. Communication is also key. When people can trust that you're going to give them the information that they need when they need it, they are much more likely to say, okay, I don't like this, I'm scared of what's going to happen, and I trust you, so here we go. Does anybody else have any other suggestions? Because I know there's a lot of brains in this room other than this one. Anybody else have any other ways that you deal with people resisting change? Try to help them overcome their fears of change by acknowledgement, but also going through that thought process we talked about with the calculated risk question with them to help say, okay, we've thought about this stuff. Because a lot of times resistance also comes from, y'all don't know what you're doing and you seriously didn't think about this. So if you can illustrate that you have, it might quell their fears a little bit. Love it. Okay? All right. When adversity appears to be omnipresent in work and life, my inner critic gets loud. How does one enable a growth mindset when embracing the suck? And this is exactly, well put. This person was clearly in the military. And this is the key, right? For me, I find that the key to happiness is lowered expectations. Anybody ever watch that Saturday Night Live? There was a commercial about dating, a dating site that was lowered expectations, right? That's what I think of every time. But this is how I deal with the suck, right? Which is the discomfort zone. I say, all right, this is going to be tough. This is not going to be comfortable. I'm not going to like it. There may be some pillow banging. I do a lot of like on pillows sometimes to get that energy out. But by saying this is uncomfortable, but I know why I'm doing it, it helps me to be able to move through it and enable that growth mindset. Again, talking to myself rather than listening to myself. And it's hard, and it's constant. And so some of the time, I like to make sure that I have an escape, especially in particularly difficult times. Is there something that you do that gets your brain completely off of whatever's going on? Okay, sometimes it's reading, sometimes it's exercising, sometimes playing with the dog, doing puzzles, playing video games. Maybe you like death metal concerts, whatever it is. The boxing gym is a good one. All of these things help get our mind off of the thing, so when we get back to it, we've got a little bit more emotional energy to be able to deal with it. So really think about in those, especially in those hard times, making sure that you're taking time for yourself, meaningful self-care that really does get your mind off of it. My ex used to ride dirt bikes in the woods, and every once in a while he'd come home and he'd be like, don't hug me too hard, I think I broke my collarbone. Or he'd be like, look at this bruise. And I'd be like, honey, you're not going to go back together much if you're not careful. He's like, yeah, but every time I'm on the bike, all I can do is worry about not hitting that tree, right? So if I'm frustrated with you, or I'm worried about money, or I'm angry about something at work, that all goes away. And when I get off the bike, I've got more energy to deal with it. Like, that's a pretty good strategy. So that's one of the ways. All right. If I have a Sally and my leadership team has a Sammy, how do we make them play nice together? Get them in the same room communicating. Communication is key. That's very funny. I think also recognizing to your team that you also have that voice of doubt, like being vulnerable and being willing to say, hey, y'all, I'm worried about this too, can really help Sammy and Sally work well together. How do I teach my young staff on taking risks? Okay, so people who haven't experienced a lot of risks. Again, acknowledging these challenges that we have internally. And we don't spend a whole lot of time doing that, right? But if we can pause and say, hey, I worry about this too, and I've overcome this and I've overcome this, I took this risk, if we can role model and share what we've done in the past that has helped made us successful, and also allowing for mistakes to be okay. We need to, and this is a scary thing, and probably especially in your line of business, but we need to be able to try things, and when they don't work out, we learn from it and we move on. Exactly. We learn from it and we move on. If we're making the same mistakes over and over, now we have a problem. But allowing people to say, okay, cool, that didn't go the way we hoped, but your intent was good, your logic was good. Let's learn from this and keep plugging away. That's also going to help your young team members feel more comfortable taking risks. Do I still run marathons? Yes. This will be our last question. I love it. Yeah, I have a quest to run a marathon on every continent. And I've only got 2 left. And I have to go to Indonesia for a conference this fall. And so I was like, well, while I'm in Indonesia, I'll do my Asian marathon. And then I looked, and the Sydney Marathon, which is right there compared to here, was the weekend before the conference. So I'm going to go ahead and do 2 this fall in Australia and in Kuala Lumpur. And then I never have to do another marathon again. Yes, thank you. Because 26 miles is a really long way. And prepping for 26 miles is a lot of time. Let's talk about that, shall we? Because my final story, gotcha! I love it when it works. So my final story is about putting all of this into play. And it was in 2007 at the Antarctica Marathon. Now, let me be clear. There are 2 marathons in Antarctica. One's at the pole, right in the middle, the southest, coldest, terriblest place. And you basically stay in a tent for what could be a week or 2 until the perfect weather, and then you run as fast as you can, 13 miles to the pole and back before the weather changes and kills you. This is not the one that I did. We were up here on King George Island, which is the little spit of land that's little. Nothing's little down there, but it's a little piece of land that sticks up towards Argentina. So you jump on a boat in Ushuaia, Argentina. 2 days later, you're down in Antarctica, and we're running the marathon. Okay, it was about 25 degrees. It was a little icy. It was a little moist, but it was a great experience. And except, of course, for mile 18. Now, mile 18 of any marathon is a demoralizing experience. But at the Antarctica Marathon, at mile 18, you're running along this rocky beach, and all of a sudden you see this little arrow that says, go that way. And so you turn, and there is a 3/4 mile glacier with a cheerful little orange flag flapping at the top. And you have to run up that, around the flag, down, and finish the last 6 miles of the marathon. I don't like hills. I don't like 3/4 mile glaciers. So as soon as I turned the corner, of course, Sally's like, oh boy, we don't like hills. This is terrible. I'm like, Sally, it's okay. I have a growth mindset. I can work through this. I've done hills before. She's like, yes, but think of how comfortable it would be at the bar. Like I said, she's very convincing. But I'm like, no, Sally, we came to Antarctica to run the marathon. We are going to finish this marathon. What's my problem? The terrain just went from this to this. I'm scared, but that's okay. I've done marathons. I've done hills before. Plan, just going to put my head down. Don't worry about the flag. Just start running. Punch it, Margaret. So I start running, and I start running, and I got my head down, and I'm like, this is awesome. I'm running Antarctica Marathon. And I'm running, and I'm running. I feel like I've run for like a half an hour. I should be at the top at this point. And so I'm like, okay, I'm just going to take a break. And I look up at the flag, and it doesn't look any closer. Problem? I can't run anymore. I am too tired. But that's okay. I got a plan. I'm going to put my head back down. 10 minutes of running, 10 steps of running, 10 steps of walking. Get your breath, 10 steps, 10. Punch it, Margaret. So I start 10 and 10 and 10 and 10. And I'm going along and I'm fighting to keep my head down. Just don't worry about the flag. Just do this. And I get to the point where I feel like I've done this for at least a week and a half. And I can't breathe anymore, and my legs are burning, so I stop for a break, because I've got to almost be there, and I look up, and the flag is no closer. Have you ever felt that way? Like you're working through a transition, and you don't feel like you're getting anywhere? So I stop, and I'm giving the look to the flag. I learned this from my grandmother. Problem? Now I'm pissed. I question my assumption of being a runner. I paid for this. Plan? Put your head down and just walk. Punch it, Margaret. I like to punch it, Margaret. So I'm taking small steps, and I'm just doing the best I can. I keep my head down. I'm tired. It's been a long day already, and I've got a long way to go. My legs, I can't even feel them anymore. My lungs are burning. I don't know if I can make it, but I'm like, I've been walking for at least 17 years. I've got to almost be there. So I pause to look up, and the flag is no closer. And I quit. I was done. I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm not getting anywhere. I feel terrible. I'm going to sit down, get my feeling back in my legs, and then go back to the boat and go to the bar like she suggested at the bottom. And as I'm about to sit down, another runner comes down. I think they could tell I was in a tough spot because they said, hey, turn around and look how far you've come. And I was like, it doesn't matter. And I turned around, and the beach where I started was actually really far away. And all the little runners, poor fools behind me, were like tiny little ants. And I looked back up at the flag, and it actually was closer. I had a long way to go. But thank goodness that person came by when they did, because that was what I needed to finally get my legs moving again, just a little bit at a time, to finally get to the top. I kissed the flag. I almost stole the flag, but I'm like, y'all need it more than I do. Switched around, went back down, and finished the Antarctica Marathon. Thank you. And could somehow still get off the ground at that point. And I learned something on that hill, not just my problem plan, punch it, isn't this a great program? And it helped get me through this, and it helped me talk to Sally as she was doubting all the way up. But the other thing that I learned is that we need to find our dance partners. Biggest key to mental toughness is we are not doing this alone. Back in the day when our brain was invented, if we were alone, there was no DoorDash, there was no Amazon. If you were on your own, you were not going to make it. And so figuring out a way to find your people, because that is what we need to get that mental toughness. There's always us, we're all right here. Embrace unknowns, or life is yours to fear. Things always change, no other way. No day but today. I can't control my destiny. I trust my soul. My only goal is what you see. There's always us, there's always here. Embrace unknowns or live in fear. Things always change, no other way. No day but today. No day but today. So as you're thinking about all of this stuff, stop and identify your problem. What's going on? Think about what you can control, and then make a plan. Question what you've always done, and then punch it, Margaret, right? 'Cause there's no day but today. We gotta punch it, Margaret. No day but today, and you don't have to do it alone. No day but today. Get out there and do your thing, everybody. Thank you so much for being with me today. Enjoy the rest of your conference. Thank you.
Good job. Oh my goodness. Let's give Ann another hand. That was remarkable. Okay, that was just so much to unpack. I was like, first of all, was she in my room just a few minutes ago? And I was like, I can't do it. My husband would also say that I'm very risk averse, so if you talk to him, he'll probably say that. And my inner voice, yeah, we can be here all day. So thank you so much, Ann. Please make sure you do the survey, the session survey at the end in the CVent app, and you can find that to give your feedback. We are going to have our first break. Woohoo! Get some coffee. It's okay. So our break will be outside of this room in the Crystal Ballroom. We will be back here. It's 9:05. We're going to start right back here at 9:30. So until that time, thank you. All right, places, everyone, places. Places, or no? How was the coffee? Good? Good? Yeah? Little snacks? We good? All right, we're ready. We are ready. Okay, so our next session is harnessing power of innovation and to build resilient programs. So coming up to the stage is our moderator, Jonathan Hartmann. Jonathan oversees the insurance vertical of Fusion Risk Management, supporting global clients as part of the financial services team. He joined Fusion in 2016 and leads numerous events and roundtables to inform clients on resilience program, technology, innovation, and evolving regulatory landscape. Please help me welcome Jonathan Hartmann.
What is going on, DRJ Spring? How y'all doing today? Oh, it feels great to be back. As Lisa mentioned, my name is Jonathan Hartmann with Fusion Risk Management. Very excited to be back in Orlando. Last year, when I moderated this panel, I think I had 48 hours to prepare because I was tagging in for my colleague Tracy Rice, who got bronchitis. It was a little bit nerve-wracking, but this year, thankfully, I've had a lot more time to get ready. And so very much looking forward to talking to you all about how risk and resilience practitioners can leverage emerging and innovative technology to mature and grow their programs. Or if I take the marketing spin off of it, it's fine, I promise, everything's fine. Automation, software, ChatGPT, not gonna automate all of our jobs and put us into early retirement. So that being said, I promise that this session is not just gonna be another commercial about artificial intelligence. Based upon the industry that you're in, the maturity of your program, the willingness of your organization to embrace technological change, innovation really means different things to different people. And I think that's probably the most unique part about this panel today, is we've got a variety of storytellers that are gonna come up and share exactly what they were able to do in their organizations to improve the overall resiliency of their program, help their organizations become more proactive in addressing various disruptions, and kind of build better rapport, both with their executive stakeholders as well as with some of their first-line business partners. So, that being said, let's get into it. Please welcome to the stage Erick Anez from Bridgestone, Sarah Stevens from American Fidelity, and John Artman from MasterCard. By the way, not a typo, Jonathan Hartmann, John Artman.
I didn't know we were going to have water.
We have water, yes.
That's great.
All right, so getting started, let's just dive right in. How have each of you automated your full resilience program and replaced 90% of your day-to-day with OpenAI?
I think you should skip to the DNA results.
All right, so now that that elephant is out of the room, let's talk a little bit more about maybe some achievable, tangible, real-world innovations that you've used in your organizations. So John, maybe let's kind of start with you.
Yeah, Jonathan, I like to talk a lot about data, right? And if you really think about it, how many of our companies out there have a ton of data, right? And when done responsibly, right, and protected, how can we actually use that? So using technology or using innovation to think about the data set that you have that can help your customers, help your stakeholders, right? And you can't really just do it on your own, though. So how many different people from your industry or from different industries can put those things together? So let's figure out what problem are we trying to solve? So if you think about data for good, right? And you're actually thinking about how can we help, say the underprivileged or merchants or somebody else that might not have the access to the data that some bigger corporations might have. So how can we actually use technology or innovation and think about what problem we're trying to solve, or who can we help with the data that we have? And again, it's not something that maybe people are thinking about all the time, but it's again, it's a very important thing to me, just data for good, right?
I like that. So how do you get to pulling all that stuff together? Not to say you have to share the secret sauce for MasterCard, especially if Visa and American Express are in the room, but.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, just think about any of you and what data you collect. And again, I'm going to repeat, when you do it responsibly and you can actually use that, it's looking at your stores, looking at the information that you collect. Like I said, you have to have a strategy for it, though. It just can't be, we'll just give you a report of a bunch of stuff, right? The stuff has to mean something. So really, again, looking at what you're doing. But it can also drive competitiveness. It can drive, like I said, inclusivity. It can drive, a change in the way we think about things. I'll give you a couple of examples, right? So once, if you think about a hurricane or something like that, and I've used this example before, but we might not be able to be getting gas, right? So if you can use the data to see who's actually transacting and purchasing gas somewhere, you can actually alert people to say, this gas station has, gas to have. And if people are from Florida here, I'm sure that actually means something to you, right? So, really thinking about supply chain, right? When we were thinking through like the COVID and pandemic, thinking about all the supply chain issues we have, and really using that data nowadays, or even after the fact, to predict some of these things, and maybe make some changes and prioritize investment or adjustments in your strategy, right?
I like that. So it's taking advantage of existing functionality or analytics teams or a Power BI or a Tableau, or even just being really great at spreadsheets and charts, right? Obviously you can't do that with big data, but a way to kind of take advantage of what you have in front of you and not have to go and sink $500,000 into some new piece of technology.
Yeah.
Speaking of using things that are in front of you, Sarah, I know you have some really exciting, kind of interesting anecdotes and stories about what you were able to do at American Fidelity.
Yeah, so a lot of what we've talked about as a group is our use of a mobile app on my team. And so we actually leveraged a piece of tech that we already had purchased, but the mobile piece just really wasn't developed out. And so I looked at it and thought, what possibly could we do with this? And so it really didn't make sense for me to develop it for all of our users, because I thought, going through all of the details of our extensive plans wouldn't be useful. But I thought, what if this mobile experience was catered towards executives? And so what we did as a team was we created executive plans, and so general plans for what their immediate actions are, so in different general types of disruptions. And as a side note, we talked about last night, a lot of times, disasters don't go as you plan. And so if you're planning for very specific things within a sequence, it's probably not gonna happen that way. So my executive plans are very general in terms of, here are your priorities, and then here are the main takeaways from, your immediate actions. These are the type of people you need to get in contact. This is how you develop a command center. And then from there, they're charged with making a decision. And so the app that I've configured on the homepage is those immediate plans for execs. And then there's a tab at the bottom where they can click to access all of the company contacts. And so they click that button, they type in the name of whoever in the company. It has their contact information immediately available, and they can click on a cell phone number and it's calling them. They don't even have to copy and paste it. They just have to click the number. And so my takeaway from this, we always talk about executive buy-in at these conferences. How do you get your leadership on board? And so what I've found from implementing this and getting our crisis communication or crisis management execs on board is that they're sharing it with other execs and they're excited about it. And we've had other execs come to us and say, hey, I want in on this. Can I learn more about your program? And so it's really a testament to when you use a tool to fit your specific audience, you really think about what do they need and how can I get relevant, this continuity and resilience information in front of them that tool will spread like wildfire and your buy-in will spread as well.
I love that. I think oftentimes we forget that, the technology or the innovation or the thing that they're talking about on Crunchwire or Wired or that Ray Kurzweil's talking about on podcasts, right? It's like where we need to be looking, but depending on the maturity of your audience, depending on the maturity of your organization, being able to take advantage of something like a mobile device in a pocket can really kind of drive that step forward for resilience programs that may or may not have done that before. I'm coming to you next, Erick, because you're next in line. I know we kind of talked a little bit about your broad experience and how you've been able to leverage technology at your organizations over the course of your career. So a couple anecdotes from you that I think might be interesting, especially considering you're in a little bit of a different industry than some other folks here, maybe financial services.
Yeah, yeah. And when we talk about technology, usually we default back to software, right? But those of us that are operating in high hazard environments, there's a lot of technological use around life safety, around prevention of injuries, about protecting lives. When I was in the oil and gas industry, one of the biggest issues that we had was number one, injuries, and then number one, those what we call, lost time serious injuries, and in some case, fatal injuries. And that's taking a step back to, the conversation here around technology. It should be utilized and leveraged to solve a problem that you have, right? So look at your organization and figure out what are some of the shortcomings that I have within my program, or what are some of the things that we're dealing with that we can implement a piece of technology to help us there. In our case, it was those three things, right? Those injuries, those fatal events. And we started just going down the rabbit hole of how can we add some controls into this, that the end result of someone's life is not the decisions that they make at work based on environmental conditions, right? And we actually ended up implementing a wearable system. And this wearable system was really cool because it solved like 9 issues at once, right? So the first one was around injuries, right? We had those of us that work in just high hazard industry know that if you talk to your claims department, there's always back injuries, just the claims are insane, right? This wearable actually had technology in place where it would alert the employee as they were bending down to pick up things if they were using the right form. If they weren't using the right form, they would get a buzz, right? So it's sort of that self-correcting component. And there was a training mechanism in there too, right? It was more of like an industrial athlete component went in before, kind of showed them how to do adequate moves. So as they're carrying out these strenuous tasks, they're actually becoming stronger over time. Nobody got buzzed, promise you that. There was another component where it would measure air quality, right? So when you talk about confined spaces, if you had somebody in a space that was oxygen deficient, it would start beeping, but it would also alert everyone around them and then sort of the main control center that, hey, we may have somebody in a situation that they may be rescued because they don't have adequate oxygen levels. Same thing with noise levels, right? So a lot of those in the manufacturing industry look at hearing conservation programs, right? And if you think of the long term, right? So if you start talking about liabilities for your organization, you have this wearable that's taking that data and saying, these were your working conditions for the last 15, 20 years, right? So obviously your hearing loss coming in, 20 years after you retire probably was not caused by your working conditions because we know what kind of levels were there, right? So not only does it provide that safety, but it also provides that component for the organization to have some history on what working conditions were like rather than just anecdotes and personal information around those working conditions.
I think that kind of ties back into like how can we collect and analyze large quantities of data? How can we get insights into what we should be doing? How can we take action? I kind of toss it back to John a little bit. When you think about the ways that your organization might be using specific monitoring or analytics, again, no secret sauce, but any other thoughts about ways that these types of analytics can really drive resilience within organizations?
Yeah, I think when we look at the data, it really tells us certain things about how we do things, right? So one, if we think about, let's go back to the pandemic again, right? If we think about when we had to have vaccinations and track that, technology and innovation came out to help us do that. Whether it worked properly or not, it was still thought-provoking and getting us to a place. Now, if we ever had to do it again, we'd be in a better spot, right? Like, I look at seat reserving. Now, everybody would return to the office, right? So people are trying to reserve seats, look at capacity, and we're using that data to kind of figure out, where our concentration of people are, et cetera. Some of the data too, from resilience perspective, how many people look at their business continuity plans and they put 99% of their people in one office, and that office is on a fault line, or in India or something like that, and we're not necessarily looking at that with our recovery strategies. That's probably not the right decision, right? So, but if somebody doesn't take a look at that, or if somebody doesn't analyze that, these are things that we won't really be able to tell. And it's a little bit harder, with just a human eye, right? When you might have technology that can call those things out. Where's our single points of failure, right? If you look at a service, from end to end, we supply, we make cupcakes for our customer, along the entire service supply chain, and all of the steps to get that cupcake to the hands of the consumer. Where is our single points of failure, right? Where are the historical issues that we've had? Where are the future potential efficiencies, right? So, again, a human can sit and look and do that, but technology can potentially do it faster or find things that we might not be able to see with our eyes, right?
And I think that kind of ties back a little bit into what Sarah was talking about, right? Where if you can showcase how by partnering with your technology team, or developing something like a mobile experience, right? You're gonna gain that buy-in, you're gonna get more investment, people are gonna start asking you, right? You almost end up like the dog that caught the mailman, like, I don't even know what I do with this truck when I get it. So maybe let's shift a little bit and talk about some of those factors that we need to consider when we're asking for these things. And I guess I'll turn it over to Sarah. Kind of for you, I know you kind of explained, hey, I wanted to tailor this to my audience, but what things were you considering? What conversations were you having internally with your team as you were kind of rolling out this great experience for your leadership?
So for me, I am tech savvy. That's how I landed where I am in business continuity. And so for me, when I'm thinking about developing a tool for someone else, it's all about ease of use, right? And so I did a lot of extra work on the back end to manipulate the tool. As it stood on its own, it wouldn't be easy for an executive to go in and know where to click and where to go. And so we did some extra work behind the scenes to make it easy for them. So it's like bold letters, click here for contact information, that kind of thing. So again, it's knowing your audience and knowing you may be developing something that's really useful, but how easy is it? Especially if it's during a disaster where an executive is going to use it to make a decision. It better be really easy to use and very straightforward. And I think that's another way to get buy-in. The information that you present should obviously be incredibly clear and concise and visually appealing.
If it's not, it's going to breed friction. I'll kind of look to Erick. I don't know what my life would be like if I had to have a wearable on me and going around, but I guess what's some of your experience in trying to overcome the friction of introducing something new to an audience who might not be accustomed to it?
Yeah, it goes back to identifying the problem, right? That should be step one. And then you have to work your way through sort of that spear when you look at the problem, right? So at the pointy end of that stick are the people that are interacting with that risk, right? Are the folks that are going in oxygen deficient spaces. They want that because they want to go home to their families at the end of their day, right? But they don't control what they wear. That's controlling the blunt end of the stick, right? Where your executive team sits and leadership sits because they're making the purchasing decisions on what you're doing, right? So it's having that loop of bringing those issues to leadership, hitting the points that they care about, right? They care about the life and safety of their people. They care about operational output. They obviously care about reputational impacts, right? Which can come from just having massive injuries and all these different cases. But then also show them that this is something that the business wants, right? you brought up a great point. It's like, well, how are they going to move around with a wearable, right? But you know, we're not talking about a RoboCop suit, right? It's a tiny wearable that by day 2 you don't even know that you have it on you, right? And when you work in these environments, you're wearing so much PPE anyways that it's just another stripe on the tiger, right? You may have a fire retardant suit, you have safety vests, you walking around with 3-pound boots on, right? You have a set of protective equipment that you wear on you at all times. And it doesn't even need to be just in that space, right? It could be, to Sarah's point, introducing a new app, right? You start from the problem, the deficiency, rather than, hey, I have this one cool thing that I want to show you, right? Like if that's the box that you're checking, it's probably not ready to go to your decision maker to actually implement. If it's a problem that you're solving, 100%.
And Jonathan, I just to add, really, we're creatures of habit, right? We're resistant to a lot of things. Some of us, most of us. I mean, just go back to thinking about, you know, getting your parents to actually get a computer or a smartphone, and then you become, you know, technical support for them forever. But you know, resistance is there, right? And again, to what Erick said is, you know, you have to be solving a problem. You have to make their lives easier, right? And you have to teach them that this is, you know, beneficial. But as you know, as we said, you can't over-engineer it, right? You have to make it simple. Otherwise, again, people will go back to their spreadsheets or whatever is comfortable to them, instead of using the thing that actually could make their lives more efficient, right?
And to add to that as well, when you're selling anything, you always start with, you know, this is our current state, and this is why it's not good enough, you know. So that's another way to get buy-in, is to say, you know, right now we're doing things this way, but where is it getting us? We want to grow, we want to be stronger, we want to be more resilient. How can we do that? And then you introduce, this is a potential tool we can use, and this is the benefit that it will have. Yes, there's change that will happen when we use this tool, but if we don't, what are the consequences of that?
And don't be afraid to pivot, right? Not every tool is going to stick. Not every solution that we come up with is going to solve the problem in the way that we envisioned it, right? And we should, I mean, all of our organizations, right? I'm sure everyone in this room has gone through this massive organizational update of an ERP system or whatever it may be. And I've experienced it multiple times where, you know, 10, 15, 20% of the way through the deployment, we go, yeah, this is not fit for purpose, right? And we need to pivot. We either need to go back and restart, or we need to say, we're going to scrap that plan and we're going to do something else, right? And we talked about this, right? You can't fall in love with your mistakes because you spent too much time making them, right?
Soundbite.
20 minutes to get an Erick Anez,
an analogy. Well,
I love it.
I'll give you another one, right? Like when you're working on a strategic objective, whether it's from a leadership standpoint that you're saying, we're going to move into a new market, we're going to move into a new area, or even from our own programmatic perspective, right? Like strategy should be a guiding post. It shouldn't be a suicide pact. You're not going to ride that thing to the end, right? If it's not the right strategy because your business changed, your consumer demand changed, the environment changed, right? There's been an introduction to the market that was not there when you started. You have to pivot, because if not, you're going to be BlackBerry, right? You're going to say, no, we're going to keep doing this because this is we created this market, and we're going to redefine it again, and that's why they're not around anymore, right? So.
Well, and I think that kind of plays into another challenge that we discussed as a group at dinner last night, which is you can't fall in love with your mistakes, right? How many people here have implemented some type of tool or technology? You tried to fit it into the way your program was structured on Monday, and by the time you got to Friday, you had a Frankenstein monster that was difficult to maintain, right? And so maybe, John, if you could talk a little bit about what it means to embrace the change.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of us, you know, like I said, I'll go back to the creature of habit. We recreate with new technology the old technology, but it's just got a different user interface, right? And then again, we make a change, and it didn't necessarily hit the mark, right? And So I think you got to listen. You got to listen to your stakeholders. You know, the water cooler talk is really important. That's why we're going back to the office, right? Is really just to listen to people and say, you know, what did this actually impact you? Did this actually cause you more work or more pain? But if we really don't listen to the voice of our customers, like, why are we even making the change? It always goes back to, what problem are you trying to solve? Are you just trying to do it because you got budget and you got headcount and you have capacity and you need those people to be doing something? Are you doing it because you're actually trying to solve a real problem, right?
Collect that feedback at a poker game, that's what I hear.
Poker games, yeah.
Okay, so maybe now it's time to address the overarching bots in the room. I know this isn't a commercial for artificial intelligence, and none of us are experts on it, but I would just be really interested to hear some of the ways that you all envision taking advantage of emerging tech like AI for your own benefit, right? Not to replace teams, not to streamline efficiency, but more just to make your day-to-day teams' lives easier. And maybe we'll start with Erick.
Yeah, so for us, and having worked in regulated environments before, and I'm sure a lot of you can sympathize with this, you're getting requests constantly, right? It's like, we have a regulatory exam and I need X piece of evidence. And a week later, internal audit is doing a similar walkthrough and they need another piece of evidence. And at one of my prior organizations, I found myself providing audit information, sitting down and talking to auditors for a good 75% of my time. And one of the things that we're trying to do now for those different components, whether they're client audits, whether they're ISO standards, whatever it may be, is try to automate that, right? So we have a repository. Instead of somebody having to email myself and somebody in the team to say, can I have a copy of your latest BCP for this area? That could be an automated prompt, just like you have a lot of customer service components where you come in and you sort of go through the data. What are you looking for, right? Here's some articles and so on. Tie back to that so that it eliminates that for us. Another way in which we're looking to leverage some of those components is more on the key risk indicators and KPIs, just to understand where we're trending, not just as the organization, but where are the markets in which we operate trending, right? Geopolitical disputes in some areas. There's a lot of risk sensing that we can do and utilize just to know what are some of the things that are coming up, right? I've always said that one of the challenges that we have in our industry is that within our companies, we're seen as a reactive measure, right? And then we can't measure how many buildings didn't blow up. We can't measure how many processes didn't fail. And in a lot of instances, those things don't happen because of the time that we took to plan and prepare, right? So having some data around near misses and near events tied to that as well, it's part of the story that we need to be telling as practitioners, right? If we're seen as a reactive component, whenever there's a budget shrink, we're going to be the first to go because we're not providing value up front. We're more of an insurance policy of sorts, right? And we're really not. Everybody in this room knows that we're not. It's just the story that we tell to our organizations and how we empower ourselves to do that.
Erick, the regulation is near and dear to my heart, right? I mean, regulation, I think for a lot of us are going to be the thing that loses the most sleep, right? And internal audits, external audits, customer audits, everything. And I think the automation of some of those responses are incredibly helpful and efficient. But if you've ever actually had to sit in front of a regulator and speak to them, that takes an art. It's really an art, right? And it's hard to hire somebody, off the streets or from another organization to be able to sit them in front of a regulator, right? That takes time. That takes a lot. So, potentially we can use, AI or the bots and things like that, training and getting them, to understand what to say. Again, not that we're trying to hide anything by any means, but it's again, for anybody in this room who spoke to a regulator, you understand what I'm saying is it's really something that you have to be taught and trained and understand the organization and what you're responding to, right?
I think so, yeah. Sarah?
So do you guys, I'm asking your perspective. So you're thinking more of a chatbot that would answer the questions, and you're thinking more
Training.
a chatbot that would assist someone to prepare for that conversation?
I'm thinking of one that could provide evidence, really from an evidence standpoint, right? So if we're keeping all our evidence in the same place, and I have 8 stakeholders that are looking to access that evidence, and I know they're internal stakeholders, and through verification components, I know that they're adequately allowed to have that evidence. I could be able to automate that so it doesn't take one of my teammates to receive an email or a request, go into the repository and get the piece of evidence, and then email it back, right? If we can remove that from the equation, then you get to the point where if there's a question regarding the piece of evidence, which there always is, that'll be step 1 for us, right? But I don't think the technology is there to put in front of the regulator, right? You want your program head in front of the regulator because, to John's point, you have to answer questions in the way that they're asked, right? And those of us that have a lot of chat with regulatory agencies, there's a lot of leading questions at times, right? And in cases, the regulatory auditor or examiner, however it is that you want to call them, may not be as familiar with what we do. So there's a lot of re-education that is happening too as you're going through those conversations with them. You find yourself sort of explaining to them what the requirements are half the time because it's something that it may be the first time they're running through that examination. So to your point, I don't believe you can automate that. That has to be a human component, and one that's broad enough to understand not just the program, but the entire organization, because you have to connect those dots when you're talking to those regulatory agencies, especially from a second line defense function.
Yeah, I think that's a good point as to that AI cannot replace everything we do. I think it's important to keep our eyes on what it can replace and to not only get ahead of that, but also, I tell this to people no matter what their industry is, be on the lookout and see how it's impacting you and what you do, but also because there are leaders that are thinking of using it to justify layoffs, how can you use AI to multiply what you do? And so for me, I think I could use generative AI to look at, have it look at an extensive plan and then pull out what things in this plan are specific to an exec who's responding, or ask AI, what are my single points of failure within a chain of BIAs. And so the other interesting thing that I think about AI within our industry is with predictive AI. And so there's already predictive AI that's being used within weather forecasting, but then I could see that moving into predicting other types of disasters. And because with neural networks, there is that capability for it to look at lots and lots of deep data and then say, what's the percentage chance that we run into a pandemic this year, or what's the chance that someone's hit with ransomware? I could see AI being able to scan the data of an organization and say, you have, this risk within your network of being attacked, and encourage us to mitigate those risks.
Well, and that kind of ties back a little bit to what John maybe opened up with, right? Is how do we analyze, how do we assess data to be a little bit more predictive, whether that's fraud prevention, right? Whether it's monitoring facilities, right? So just maybe engaging some of those what do you call them? Big data teams within the organization, right? Someone within our companies is doing some kind of predictive modeling or doing some kind of data analysis. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We really just need to find time on the calendar to take advantage of the skill sets and tools that they have, instead of trying to run and find another $500,000, right, to give us the new shiny object that we need.
Yeah, I was talking to my friend Shane in the lobby this morning, and how many of us have 12 different streaming apps, right? And we all get excited because this show's on this one and this one's on this one, and then we sit back and we go, how much are we spending on all of these streaming channels? And do I ever watch them? Do I ever use them, right? I wish they would just have one and they could all connect together, right? So I think we're going to get there, kind of from the AI space. If there's another co-pilot, from a different vendor, and everybody wants us to buy them, it's going to be useful, But if I have to, again, spend $500,000 on each one of them, and I don't use them, or they don't connect, or the data doesn't, tell me something collectively, I think that's one where we might trip up, right? That, they all might have individual use, but how do we use it collectively, right?
And looking internally to the things that we already have in front of us, right? I mean, with Sarah being able to build executive rapport and deliver a lot more value to folks, like at the knowledge at the point of action, making it easy, that's a win. At the end of the day, the win doesn't have to be 5 years down the road where we all learn how to code and we all reskill ourselves. There's things that it sounds like everyone's been able to do over the course of their careers to make an impact using things within their organization today, not having to go, sign another check.
Yeah, and that internal look, it's key, right? I think the other component, the other use case is awareness, right? As continuity practitioners, risk practitioners, we should really know every corner of the organization, right? And you shouldn't know it from a sense of, I know who runs this team. We should know what our market share is, we should know who our key clients are, we should know what our value chain components are. And it's hard, right, in a global organization to keep track of that as it evolves, because it changes by the minute sometimes. So you can leverage a lot of the data John talked about for you to have the key points that you need, right? That's one of the things that my group and I do, is we leverage a lot of internal reporting around marketing and finance to understand how is our consumer changing and how does that impact the value chain that then we are protecting from a manufacturing standpoint. And if we need to pivot our strategy around resilience based on output, based on customer demand, based on emerging markets, right? How do we constantly evolve the program to provide support and value to what the organization has going on? Those two things need to run in parallel. Right? If you wait till the strategy is complete, if you wait until a new market is entered for you to go in to, number one, assess the risk of that new market or that new business venture, and then sort of retroactively try to plan for those components, it's too late, right? And more than likely, you're not gonna be able to get it to a point where it fits within your risk appetite. It's going to be one of those things that you're just going to have to do whatever it is that you can, but it would have been a completely different component if both things would have worked in parallel.
So don't jump into a new market unless you've already engaged your enterprise risk team to make sure you're not taking risky decisions.
100%.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Pie in the sky. That's what.
Pie in the sky.
Yeah.
I know it's spring break. We want to save a little bit of time for any questions that folks have in the audience, but we're going to give everyone a little bit of homework. So after the show, we're going to encourage everyone in the audience to find a person within your organization who's responsible for something cool, some cool technology. Maybe they're an app owner, maybe they're on the IT organization, right? Not going to tell you who to talk to, but I'll go down the line, maybe starting with John, to maybe point you in the right direction. Who are some people that you would recommend that the audience, engages for their homework to partner with internally?
Yeah, I mean, I'll go back to my common theme here. If you have data, not everybody in this in this room is going to have data scientists, right? Not everybody's going to have maybe a data privacy team or a data governance team, but who holds the data? That's simple as that. Go to people that hold the data. Again, they might be holding on to that data and might not be actually talking to people about it. So, what problem are we trying to solve? I'll go data. I can go more, but I'll let you guys answer.
Well, it's easy for me because we have an entire automation and innovation team, so kind of no-brainer there. But I specifically love talking to people that are doing new products and new services, because there's always so many problems to solve, as you mentioned, and so many more different dots that you have to connect. And so I like the challenge of that.
I would say it would depend on your industry and what sort of the challenges that you're having. A good starting point could be the head of your PMO office, right? They're running all the projects and all the change that's happening within the organization. If you're in a highly regulated environment, become really good friends with your head of compliance. At the very least, you're going to know, here are the things that we have to do, right? And here are some of the regulatory changes that may be coming that may impact the things that we do today. And how do we start that change management process now and not when we have X number of months to comply with a new requirement.
And how do you get that meeting?
Lunch,
Bribe
coffee,
them with treats.
happy hour.
Yeah.
Never let a good crisis go to waste. When you work with them during a crisis, they realize you provide value to them later on, right? So you guys can be more in sync before it happens, and that really, working together with somebody in that stressful situation, it's hard not to become friends with them. It's hard not to become allies with them, right? Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you all so much for participating in the panel, and we will turn it over to any questions that folks may have pulled up during the session.
For me, was it mentioned whether the executive app is exclusive to your company or accessible to other companies as well? So my particular configuration is only accessible within our company. So the app is available on the App Store, but it's a specific software that you have to have configured within your own company. It's a product. And so it's Salesforce. So that specific app is, you have to log in with our credentials, our security.
So making it super meaningful to your leadership team and kind of tailoring.
Yes, it's
Okay,
very,
got it.
it's completely tailored to us.
You know, one of the things I love what you said is like, again, going back to the streaming thing example, like we have so many tools, but look at your tools and see what other capabilities they already have, right?
Yes.
And really, like, it's just, you'd be amazed at how many people could actually tie into what you use, maybe a little bit of modification or something like that. Maybe even it wasn't the vendors, you know, it's not what they even thought it was going to do, but somebody figured out it could work, right? So that saves you a ton of money, that gives you a lot of buy-in, and it's really...
Yeah, and also, this rang a bell for another thought I had. A person you should go to is your account manager for the products that you have, because not all the time are they remembering to let you know of every feature. There's so much more to a lot of the products that we have than we know about. And so ask them, like, what are other companies doing that you've seen great use out of? What are you excited about that's coming down the pipeline with the product? Get engaged and learn about the functionality, and that for me has been huge.
So I think this one is for John, but when you talk about using AI to improve or reduce inequity, how are you making sure that those models are not inherently biased?
Yeah, it's a really good question. You know, again, it's partnerships, right? It's not just us driving that one data set, right? It is really looking across and different organizations that are there to kind of to oversee and help, you know, to check and balance, right? So it's not a single source of data. Again, I said this multiple times, but it is really working with organizations that are set to look at these, you know, DI, you know, sustainability, all those things, and bring to the table what you have, right? So they can't do it on their own, and you can't do it on your own. And together, you know, if you put those things together, and again, you might not even think about it from the same industry. It could be multiple industries feeding into that, and I think that's where we get to you know, something that's not biased by having different perspectives and oversight.
Well, I think there's something to be said, you know, they are going to be inherently biased initially, right? Because they're learning from us as people. And so I think being proactive about feeding additional information or using it to check your work, right? Eric, we kind of talked about this right before we came on stage, you know, not to use the trust but verify analogy, but, you know, looking at, hey, what is our technology telling us? Does that pass the sniff test? Or are we putting far too much confidence in these tools that are supposed to be right all the time, but every once in a while you search for something on Google or Bing and it comes back no search results, right? Mm-hmm. So you can't be over-reliant on technology.
It's been way wrong about my accounting homework, so yeah, I definitely don't trust it.
Ooh, all right. Anyone using Microsoft Copilot?
We are not currently. I think it's one of the things that we're looking into, but it's not something that is actively being used. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I won't mention any vendors, on stage or anything like that. But like I said, lots of co-pilots out there, as I mentioned before. I think that there's all potential for absolutely, and there's so many use cases, right? Especially as us as resilience professionals, just having somebody do a BIA and having something at their disposal of helping them think through strategies or scenario plan or anything like that. I mean, those co-pilots, are extremely useful and beneficial. Again, loading that data though in there, right? And I was in a session yesterday, talking about security and the pitfalls of that, and making sure that what data goes in is not public and other people can access it. So I think, like I said, I think absolutely there's going to be so many use cases for productivity and things. Are we going to have to buy every one of them? Again, can we trust and verify each one that's coming out? Again, it's not just there's no one silver bullet, and everything is going to be completely automated, right?
I mean, I wrote my intro using Gen AI. I don't know about anybody else.
I wrote my speaker profile. I was like, I don't know how to talk myself up. I'm just gonna have AI do it.
Do you see tech like AI leading prevention or reaction in business continuity?
I think so. I mean, when we talk about the components around risk sensing, right, there's a really good opportunity there to understand what events are happening around your geographical space, and then even have some automation components on how to kick off plans, notifications to get people in the right room. I will say though, I think one of the issues that we're going to have in our space, probably not now, not within the next 5 years or so, but in the future, is we're going to have new practitioners come on that are going to heavily rely on technology to make the analysis that all of us were doing on a whiteboard, right? And the problem is when that piece of technology goes down, that those teammates may or may not be able to understand process dependencies, complexity, single points of failure. And it's not a knock on the new practitioners, it's just what they have available to them, right? A lot of us started on LDRPS and we didn't even want to touch it, right?
What's that?
Exactly. And it was one of those things where, till this day, you activate a plan and you went through that plan build out with that team, without even opening the plan. You know where the dependencies are, you know where the single points of failure are, you know those critical components, where if you're relying on AI to do that for you consistently, I think it's great for checking your work. I think it's great for looking at blind spots. I think it's great for sensing, for KPIs, for KRIs. But we as an industry have to make sure that we don't lose that skill set, right? Because if we start letting technology drive the car, when that piece of system goes down, nobody knows how to turn it on, how to get out of first gear. It's going to be an issue that as a whole, we're going to be dealing with, I would say, within the next 10 years or so.
I agree.
Well, and I think, in terms of prevention, Sarah, you kind of talked about predictive, right? Like how can we forecast, right? That's using statistical analysis that doesn't require an engine, right? It just requires resources, right? Compute, maybe some analytics software. And so you don't have to necessarily rely on asking the question and getting the answer. You still want to build that muscle memory of how to actually do it. One of the things that we all kind of talked about when we were first going through kind of preparing for the session is, how is the SLA going to change, right? Somebody asked me for a request, I can get it back to them. Something used to take an hour, now it takes 2 minutes. Now it's all self-service. Well, once that self-service method is gone, right, how do we continue to engage with our internal stakeholders? And that applies to our customers as well, right? Like if I have an issue with T-Mobile, right, I can go on the T-Mobile chatbot, but how does that affect my ability to talk to a human if and when that chatbot is down, right? So I think it's mixing the different things that you have available and not centralizing everything into one technological bucket.
Yeah, I think, sorry.
Go ahead.
Resiliency to me is not putting all of your ways of doing a process in the same or one box. So if we did everything with AI, that's also a single point of failure, to your point. Our company has started doing manual processes, so how do we do things if we don't have our systems? And that is controversial, but I think it's beneficial to look at how do you serve your customers if your rug's pulled out from under you. And if we throw everything into AI, that's a risk.
I mean, my sister works for Lurie Children's Hospital. So for those of you that are keeping tabs on what's been happening back in Chicago, you know, if you're a NICU or a PICU nurse and you don't have access to patient charts, you can't leverage any of the monitoring technology. I mean, you really are putting people back into not only a dangerous situation for patients and families, but it's stressful for everybody there. And 2-3 weeks of not having access to these tools that have revolutionized or completely changed how you do your day to day. I mean, it's been a really tough time for her and all of her colleagues.
Mm-hmm. It all depends on the learning model that you put within that, right? And we struggle with this. We have some internal customer service systems that utilize this, like from the HR standpoint, right? So if you're looking for help with, pay stub, W-2, whatever it may be, that's a system that we utilize internally. But one of the issues that we have is that sometimes you'll ask it for, let's say, how do I find the holiday calendar for this year, and it'll take you to 401k information, right? Just because the learning of that system has to be there, and it goes back to your quality of data too, right? The more data that you have available for that system to be able to leverage, it's going to be key. I don't think it's something that it's a plug and play and you're just good to go from the get-go. It's going to take some work on the front end for you to be able to do that, and I think it's going to be a constant state of evolution, right? Because I do agree some of the requests are difficult. You can even have path, right, depending on the request, that one may be a form that goes directly to your email. If it's a simple request, a policy, a lot of us do like resilience statements annually, we just sort of show what your plan is about, the components, framework, and so on. Easy things like that, you may be able to do that, but having those paths in there for those complicated requests to go the old-fashioned way is probably a wise way to go.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I'm going to go a little bit different here. Like some of the things that I see, like something that's difficult process, like in crisis, doing executive summaries, right? And an incident summary report or something like that. So, putting it into a tool and then actually writing an executive summary. I don't know if anybody's ever had to write an executive summary. I imagine most have, but those are going to be really stressful. Mm-hmm. And it's going up to the highest levels, and you really read it 1,000 times, right? You could do that still, and then send it through AI and see kind of if it matches, right? So kind of a trust but verify with your key points. But those are things that I'm really excited to see that do better for us, so that we don't either confuse the situation or it just doesn't take us too much time in interpreting the incident to a summary. I think that's a really key.
Well, and I think it goes back to remember your audience and iterate, right? Like, don't fall in love with your mistakes because we make too much time making them. Building some front-end interface or some front-end piece of technology, it's not stuck that way, right? It's iterative. It's meant to be flexible. And so if you're getting feedback from your end users like, hey, I'm not really engaging with this, or it's not, every time I ask for my HR policy, it kicks me over to 401k, right? That's an opportunity for improvement and growth, right? And it's not the fault of the technology, because again, we're the ones that are responsible for growing, maintaining, programming. So I think that is, the mindset to go into it is, if it's difficult, how can we make it easier? How can we have that more end user centric design in mind, and bite off like little chunks over time?
I think a lot of the difficulty with our end user is all the terminology. I mean, you come into a DRJ and there's terms being thrown around and you're like, okay, quick, let me Google that. I don't know what they're saying. So I think AI could be used for people who are developing a BIA and they're like, I don't know what that is. Can I get, a little extra? Is that me?
Sorry. Sorry.
I don't know what RPO is. Can you tell me what that is? And then AI can send back and be like, yeah, here's what it is, and here's why it's important, and here's maybe, what yours might be based on the data you've given me so far. So yes, I do think that AI will be used on the front end of gathering our data.
If anybody's a Reddit person, right, explain to me like I'm 5. Like,
Exactly.
Tell me RTO, RPO, ELI 5.
Yeah, I mean, we said it multiple times in our discussion. It's like, we live and breathe this every day, right? We know what we're doing, but our stakeholders, most of them do not, right? So this is an opportunity to kind of be on the, interpreting what we do to the masses, right? And I think it's a really beneficial thing.
Oh, repeat your homework assignment. Okay. So everyone's homework is after DRJ, you're going to go back to your organization and you're going to reach out to someone who is responsible for a technology project or driving innovation. Could be your project management team, could be your big data group, could be the folks that are responsible for building front-end customer products, and ask them how you can learn from them. Right? I think that's kind of the big takeaway is who can we look at internally to build a partnership with to leverage innovation and technology within our resilience programs. It's due on Friday.
Send it to him on LinkedIn.
I stood up, so I'm assuming that was the last question.
That was.
All right, fantastic. Well, thank you all so much for attending our panel. Hopefully you found it valuable. Thank you to Eric, Sarah, and John, and we'll see you all later on this week. Take care, y'all.
Oh man, those slides are bright.
All right, coming up. All right. Hey. All right. Again, let's give a round of applause for Jonathan, John, Sarah, and Eric. Thank you. Thank you so much. A lot of good stuff came out of that one. We also want to have before I forget, make sure you complete the survey and put any questions that you may have in the app. We appreciate your feedback. So another special thanks to Fusion Risk Management for being one of our platinum sponsors. Yeah, you can clap it up. All right, we're going to take another break. We will be back in here promptly at 10:45. So see you then. Thank you. for lunch, so the faster we get through it, but ask some questions. Make sure you ask questions. So for this session, we are talking about AI-driven business continuity, strategies, and impact. So I'll turn it over to the panel.
This is a breaking news report. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a groundbreaking general session at this year's conference. Today, we're diving into the transformative world of AI and exploring the impacts of this amazing technology on our profession. We're joined by a panel of distinguished experts whom I'd like to introduce to you now. Leading our panel is Mathew, the founder and managing partner at Stone Risk Consulting. With a rich background in crisis management, business continuity, and disaster recovery, Shane is dedicated to helping organizations embark on their journey towards resilience. He is actively integrating AI into his work and will lead the conversation today. Next, we have Jason Haas from Open Technology Solutions. With over a decade of experience, Jason has mastered the art of preparing for the unexpected, enabling businesses of all sizes to pivot and persevere through disruptions. Jason has also integrated AI into his program efforts and will be sharing his experiences with you. Next up on our distinguished panel is Frank Shultz, the visionary founder of Infinite Blue. Frank has redefined enterprise resilience with his innovative, automated, and actionable solutions. Under his leadership, Infinite Blue has become a trusted partner for over 100 companies, including 4 of the Fortune 10. He will be sharing his thoughts on how AI can support building a resilient future. And just when you thought our panel couldn't get any more impressive, we're thrilled to introduce Chris Hurst, the Vice President of Global Risk and Intelligence Services at OnSolve. Chris leads a team dedicated to enhancing business continuity, security, and crisis management through OnSolve's cutting-edge critical communications, risk intelligence, and CEM software. Before we start, here's a quirky tidbit. This introduction was crafted and delivered by AI. No, not the AI you're probably thinking. Instead, yours truly is a product of the latest AI avatar software. AI-driven tools like me can kick off this conference with some flair, but also show you some of the possibilities of this technology in our resilience work. And now, without further delay, here is Shane to kick off the panel.
I'm just happy he's got the right number of fingers.
Hello.
You all.
And welcome. We're excited to be here today. Yes, we had AI do an introduction. I felt it was really fitting to have that lead us off. And so I'm excited to be here with this panel. We're going to be talking about a very exciting topic that I feel like many of you have already started to dabble in. Many of you have maybe started also integrating into your work. And so we want to communicate some of the things that we've been seeing as this panel is actively engaged in utilizing these types of tools. So I'm just going to address the elephant in the room. I am wearing the same jacket as Jonathan from the previous panel. We did not plan this. This is issued by Bob for all panelists, leaders to wear. You can buy it in the DRJ store, promo code ShaneAI to get your discount. But let's jump in. I want to start out with a quick poll, 2 poll questions. If you can jump into the app, there's 2 questions. We want to get an understanding of where you are at when it comes to AI today. So we're going to ask you to take a moment to answer those questions about your awareness and expertise, and then go ahead and take a second to answer the next question that's there as well. And when we see some results on the screen, we're going to talk about that because it's important to understand where all of you are today when it comes to AI. So we've got some answers. Wow, never heard of it. No, I'm sorry, beginner, excuse me. Never heard of it, just a few of you. Beginner, it seems to be the largest response there. Moderate, I'm excited to see that. Expert, there's 2% of you in the room right now that have indicated that you're an expert. That's an amazing accomplishment. We would love to see that shift more towards the expert range, but for now we're excited to hear that many of you are beginners to it. You're not aware of it. So let's jump into the next question. If you haven't already, just to get a sense for where everybody's at. So does your organization allow the use of externally created AI tools in your organization today? So we see that by far, we see C, yes with restrictions, is the largest answer, but we also see some groups saying no, but we're testing it out. So that's exciting to see. The audience is representing here today that we are actively utilizing these types of tools. We have a general awareness of it. I just wanted to level set really quickly. We'll move on to the start of our discussion on just some definitions, right? So we know that artificial intelligence, AI, is often interchanged and discussed. We've seen that common vernacular, but everybody, we want to make sure we're on the same page that AI is just a branch of computer science now that's focused on creating machines that can think and learn. And when I say think and learn, it's just much like when we gain experience when we're younger. As we're growing up, we didn't know how to ride a bike when we were younger. We had to learn that technique over time. And so in the same way, we're developing systems and technology that can achieve that type of learning, looking at data, looking at patterns, and ultimately make decisions or recommend decisions based on that. And there are many subfields, and some of which we'll talk about today. Language learning models is probably the one you'll probably hear the most. You might also hear it, generative AI. But ultimately, these are systems that can have natural interactions between humans and machine and be able to communicate responses to questions that we've posed to them. And then you have machine learning, which is ultimately looking at large data sets and analyzing information. And then we have computer vision, which is the ability for a computer to actually look at a situation visually and make assessments and recommendations based on what it sees. And then finally, robotics, which is growing in its use of AI. Now, with that being said, I want to turn it over to the panel here today. And Frank, we're going to start with you. In your opinion, what are some of the significant developments of AI that really make digital transformation accessible to employees?
Yeah, it's a great question. I still think with our avatar, I should be kind of doing the make myself more human aspect here. That was awesome, thank you. It really is interesting. I think when AI, and you did a good job, Shane, of distinguishing machine learning and AI, because I'm always very specific about the differences. So if we think of just machine, and probably the two most common, machine learning, we can throw a data set at, and we can see trends, and we can see categorizations, we can see things you wouldn't connect with the naked eye that a machine learning model might connect. AI is something that becomes indistinguishable as much as we can get today from a person. And I think the opening looked like a person. I don't know if I would think it was a real person or not. So we're getting there to where we need to go. But when AI, in my opinion, is kind of by your side making recommendations and isn't something that you're going to natively interface with, I don't have to intentionally go and interact with an AI. It's something that kind of taps me on the shoulder and says, hey, you might want to look at this. I saw this. I think we're starting to see some of that. That's starting to unlock some power within organizations. And so I think of like, what's the most prevalent thing people can touch and feel and use today? For those that are Office 365 shops, if your organization has enabled Copilot and you've had experience with that, that's a really interesting use of AI today in a way that it's informed by your organization's own data. And so it starts to become more useful in a way that we could ask it to summarize a document that is proprietary information or is something we can utilize. So, I start to see kind of those things that creep into day-to-day life, like Copilot, become much more useful to what we can do. It's hard to kind of change the way I do things and go sharp left and say, well, now I'm going to make my homepage Chat GPT. I don't know many people maybe Jason might, I don't know. If your homepage is Chat GPT, because you use it a good amount, but my homepage is still Google or Bing, but Bing will give me an AI answer or a generative AI answer as a result of a search. That's where I'm seeing AI kind of become more useful in day-to-day functions.
Well, since Frank called you out, Jason, let's find out. Like, how do you think it's becoming more and more accessible?
Well, first, it's not my homepage. I promise you that much. It's the second tab over.
Okay.
But AI for me is the assistant I've always wanted but could never gain budget for. It's somebody that can help me with tone detection and writing, take my public, maybe executive profiles in there and say, does this email fit the tone and what I'm trying to achieve? Can help with, depending on what your risk tolerance is and what your organization's appetite for risk is, can it break down a transcript into an executive summary, gap analysis, and action items? It helps me compare standards, whether it be NIST, FFIEC, ISOs, and where are my opportunities in there, comparing to maybe an initiative I'm trying to launch.
So Chris, what do you think about this concept of generative AI? There's a lot of buzz around it, and it's obviously a term we wanted to define here today, but do you think it's really a transformational innovation at this point?
I do, and let me start with 4 markers on just where the state of the industry is. So marker 1 is the time that it takes to reach 100 million users. So it took Uber 70 months to reach 100 million users. It took Instagram 30 months to reach 100 million users. TikTok, 9 months, and ChatGPT, 2 months. That's marker 1. Incredibly fast adoption. Marker 2, Frank, as you said, now something as basic to the internet as search. We're seeing Microsoft and Bing with generative AI, and Google and Bard use generative AI for search. Marker 3, last year in a very kind of public episode, we saw a very strange interaction with a New York Times columnist in which the model tried to convince the columnist to leave his wife and professed the model's love for the columnist. Marker 4, Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, who essentially rescued the S&P 500 earlier this year, said that ChatGPT and generative AI is the most important technology change since the advent of the internet. So 4 markers, different kind of markers, and then here's 4 takes on whether or not it's truly transformative. Take 1, these kind of, you could take a different perspective. Take 1 goes, look, it's only transformative to the degree that it allows humans to do the interesting part of our work. In other words, if like writing an email or crafting that, thinking about tone or grammar is not interesting, well, generative AI can take that task off your shoulders. Take 2 says, actually, generative AI drives the cost of content production to 0 or near 0. So it is incredibly transformative for industries like PR, sports journalism, financial journalism, teaching. Take 3 goes, yeah, but if it's near 0, if the cost of content production is near 0, we as humans will soon face an ocean of terrible content that it's just more than we can handle. So what we're actually going to see is a rise of generative AI to handle the misinformation and just the mass information. And then take 4 is like, I don't know, we'll see. Like, how important is generative AI to manufacturing, to logistics? Clearly other types of AI like machine vision are important for self-driving vehicles, but generative AI like you saw on the screen, I don't know, we'll see.
You mean you didn't like that as the newscaster for your evening news report every day?
It was incredible.
All right, so let's shift gears a little bit and talk about AI's use in risk assessment and providing actionable intelligence. There's a notable example of AI's use in flood identification and notification in advance in the Netherlands, which is known for its rainy weather, right? And they developed a system to actively send out alerts 24 to 48 hours ahead of time when it's anticipated that weather would cause flooding in an area. But they noticed that in the winter months it worked great, but in summer months, because they used a lot of satellite imagery, that the technology wasn't working well because it did not account for all the vegetation on the ground. It could not assess as well. So let's talk about this. Chris, back to you. What makes AI-powered risk intelligence actually a reliable tool for our BCM industry?
Awesome. So I'm going to give a general answer and then a very specific answer. Here's the general answer first. And I'll actually use our own experience. Where AI excels for us. AI excels in sorting through billions of data points around the world in English and foreign languages to find approximately 20,000 alerts a day that are very timely, very actionable, and then we use filters to, none of us in here want to see 20,000 alerts, but those are the alerts in India and China and so on, and Brazil, and so you can use the filters to get just the alerts for you. That's very fast and powerful. But what AI misses for us is a concise recommendation of a so what, which is why I lead a team of human analysts. And so I'll give you a specific example. And the specific example is related to Haiti. And so put yourself in these shoes. This is, my team received these 4 AI generated, so natural language processing is part of AI that parses language. So we received these 4 AI generated reports about Haiti. The first is that gang violence, this is all on February 29th, gang violence was growing rapidly near the airport. Point number 2, an airplane at Port-au-Prince Airport was hit with gunfire. Bullet 3, the lounge at the Port-au-Prince Airport had people injured from gunfire. And bullet 4, Sunrise Airways, which is the national carrier of Haiti, declared that they were suspending operations. And again, all this information came in very fast within a couple minutes of its production from news and social media and so on. Let's pause there. What do you do with that information? Just think, like all of us in this room, we're all practitioners. There's kind of a right answer to, or like a series of right answers to do with that information. And we crushed it. I'll tell you what we did in just a second. But this morning when preparing for this, I asked ChatGPT, I gave the same 4 data points. What would you do, ChatGPT? What are your recommendations for a security team? And first bullet is risk assessment and intelligence and analysts. You will need a team capable of constantly assessing the local security situation, on and on. 2, experienced security personnel. Given the severity of gang violence near the airport, the security team should be a compromise of personnel with experience in high-risk environments. 3, local liaison officers. These aren't wrong answers. They're not like wrong, right? But can someone just shout out, like, what should you do if you get those 4 data points? Run a boat. You got to get out of Haiti, man. The airport's got to shut down. Like, if you could verify, but I mean, we've got 4. So we didn't have one report of like gunfire hitting an airport. We had multiple. We had multiple reports of like people getting shot in the lounge. And so now 2. I can't see it. Someone said, well, you should still verify. That's right. There's also, we were seeing Google and Flight Radar say, well, the airport's still up and running. So we had some conflict information. But the key action that judgment says is get your people out. If it's not going to close yet, it's going to close imminently. State Department waited a long time to evacuate the embassy, but if you're the military, you can fly in helicopters. But if you're like Chris in Haiti, you can't, I'm no longer associated with the military, right? You got to get out. So it's that judgment piece, which to me means all of our jobs are safe.
So you're speaking about like guardrails in a way, right? What are those guardrails? Frank, what do you think are some of the guardrails that we need to have in place or would we benefit from in this type of situation?
Yeah, I think your example, Chris, if there was a fire in the building, the likeliest way to probably die, 50 ways to die, stupid ways to die, would be to open ChatGPT and ask it what to do. So, I think there's things we know what we need to do. And so like the earlier session before us at the end, we're talking about AI, and they were talking about those that are knowledgeable about what they know how they need to do. They're always going to be the ones that we have step up to do the work. And so, it's really interesting when you think about that. You have subject matter experts that no matter what your plan says in a non-AI world, you'll still bring them on the line to help you respond and react to the event. Whether the plan says they should be involved or not, you're going to get the person in charge on and say, what should we do or what are we doing about it? When you look at risk assessments, and there's a lot of good data out there. There's a lot of publicly available data. All of you in your organizations have really great operational data. It could be help desk tickets around systems that go down on a certain basis, but maybe you aren't connecting why they go down as a result of someone's running a batch import the night before, therefore the system's sluggish the next day, and your vendor has an issue, and it happens once a quarter every time we try and do reconciliation. You don't have all that connected in in one system. So think about connecting the operational aspects from a risk assessment perspective. When you look at risk assessment data, FEMA, I'm a huge proponent of FEMA's National Risk Index. I think FEMA has great data for the US around threats that we've experienced in the last 100 years with probabilities, with impact scoring. If you aren't using that today, it's free. Please go Google FEMA National Risk Index. You don't even need ChatGPT. It gets really cool when you can take their CSV files for a state and put it into a product like Copilot or Claude and ask it questions on the data, though. It starts to get really interesting. But I think about, you have to have good data to have good output from AI. It's really important. So If anyone's familiar with UPS, typically when they deliver, they only make right turns. And they do that because statistically a vehicle is more likely to get in an accident if it makes a left turn. And so if we only fed UPS routing data and built a machine learning model around it and put it out on Google Maps, you would all only be making right turns, right? It wouldn't know the difference. It would think that everyone only makes a right turn and there's no capability to go left. That's what we have to worry about, I think, is the bias of the data we feed into the model is exactly how that model is going to be trained. And that's a really hard problem to solve. And I don't know how we get there, but that's really a risk in using machine learning models to make sure we have it trained with the right data and we keep training up to date.
Jason, bring us down into the practical, like from a day-to-day basis is what I mean. You know, where do you see risk assessment being beneficial?
I see it helping demensify the immense amount of data. And let's remove the concept of public models and risk, and let's just talk about what AI could potentially do. It can break down the data for you in your ITSM. It can look at your change system and see how that went into your release management and what incidents were raised from it and how are you going to do problem management with the root cause and then bring that to a known issue or closing out the problem. So there's opportunities for efficiencies there. I don't know if anyone loves summarizing transcripts, you know, especially after a multi-hour exercise. It can break that down relatively quick or look at your multiple data sources to get an idea of what are those risks that are, you know, may impact your strategic ability in your organization, or what are my personal risks or people risks. Is that highway right in front of my organization? What type of things go over that? And you can engage in AI in a conversational mode where we can ask it those challenging questions, or maybe sometimes questions that we might feel embarrassing if we ask others by putting it out there. So again, it's that assistant I've always wanted but never had budget for, where I can engage with it in conversational, like, okay, I'm trying to stand up mass messaging. Okay, in the ISO 22301 standard, how can that enable me so I can have a proper conversation with my leadership to get appropriate buy-in? Or how does that look at compared to NIST or FFIEC or NCUA or whatever the standard is you're trying to compare? So it doesn't necessarily solve risk for me, but it helps me understand it better. Because at the end of the day, the human connection, the human condition in which we all suffer from is what it's all about. Yeah. AI is not going to go out there and do my job or be sentient and take over the world, but it's going to help me enable conversations and get to stakeholders quicker.
That's great. So we're going to shift gears a bit more. I'm going to turn it over to the audience real quick, but I want to ask you the question I call the Netflix dilemma, all right? You're sitting at home on a Sunday night, you're trying to figure out what that next Netflix show is that you're trying to watch. If you take just a few seconds to pick your next show, raise your hand. Wow, all right. If it takes you minutes or hours to pick your next show, raise your hand. All right. And I think there's some bias here because we are intrinsically decision makers in a lot of stressful situations. So let's talk about AI and how it could potentially help us. In the Netflix example, it's already shown that those suggestions you're seeing are influenced by artificial intelligence, right? So let's talk about how it could potentially influence us in decision making. Jason, I'm going to start with you.
Well, it
Where
could
do you
start
think?
by telling me what service I was watching the show on, because I can never remember and spend half the time going through Hulu, Netflix, and whatever it is, and going, I can't find it, I guess I'm going to watch YouTube. But it can really just distill that mass amount of information and help us get to a solution quicker. Again, I'm not looking at it to do my job or replace my job. I'm using it to augment what I do. And that's really, for me, the important differentiation is we still need soft skills. We still need to talk to people and ask them to do work that we know they don't want to do or they were voluntold for. And again, if we can use AI to get to things faster, whether it's for me, instead of taking months to develop an exercise, well, maybe AI can help me get to that quicker. And then maybe I can use other tools to take that text script into a video to set a tone. And my goal is I like to induce anxiety into people, so when we get to talk about those challenging circumstances, we can be in the mindset, hopefully, that they're going to be in during that scenario. I call that lizard brain. People are going to do what they're going to do, so we might as well plan for that. So AI allows me to get to that common denominator and work with my stakeholders to be much more effective.
Yeah. Chris, what are your thoughts on decision making? Obviously, the amount of data that we can have AI process is tremendously helpful, but when it comes down to the rubber meets the road, making choices, where do you think AI could help or hinder?
Yeah, it's great. So the first, I give 4 recommendations. The first is, in the information collection cycle, you want a combination of AI and people. And that's kind of the example I gave earlier, right? Like being able to collect the information very fast, that is becoming increasingly, just AI is becoming better at that. But you want people for the judgment side, again, just like the Haiti example. 2 is during non-emergency times, like scenario planning or developing tabletop exercises, exactly as you said, Jason, AI is an awesome just thought partner. Just like, give me 3 scenarios, give me 5 scenarios, make it crazier, make it look like this, make it look like that, make it rhyme like Shakespeare. Like, I'm kidding on the last one, but just as a thought partner, it's a great tool for decision making in scenario analysis or scenario creation. The third recommendation is to practice your prompts. This is there's a whole new field called prompt engineering, and even as I was like practicing this morning with ChatGPT, what would you recommend for Haiti? Like the way you ask the question, just like a person, is really, really important. In fact, even more so, right? Because if you ask a person, like if you ask, should we get out or not get out of Haiti? Then you can usually get to the right answer. But if you just ask like, what are your general recommendations? You're going to get a broader range that may not be as helpful. So get really good at the prompts. Know what the prompts are, and literally just play with ChatGPT. There's a free version. There's a $20 a month version. The last one is for solution providers. I think all of us in the solution space need to be thinking about using AI to help provide context and align options. So if there's a tornado warning, maybe artificial intelligence should bring up all the save messages and templates and all the response plans for tornadoes that you have in the past. That's really, I think, in the solution space to help align that information faster. But those are my 4 recommendations.
Okay. Now, Frank, looking ahead in the future, where do you see decision-making and AI intertwined? Do you envision a Minority Report type of world where we get a ding on our...
We got a red ball, right?
Yeah, we get a red ball and the decision has been made, or what do you think?
It is really interesting. Again, leveraging just the fact that we have to have good data before we can really do anything, and so let's leave that as a caveat. I also agree, with Chris. We typically really want to work with journalistically vetted, human vetted threat intelligence providers, and I think it's really important to have eyes on some part of the flow to understand, is it just a signal that has no correlation whatsoever, and therefore it can be, spoofed, or is it something that really, okay, we've got, to your point, in Haiti, 4 different confirmations of something happening, and we're looking at other indicators. I think, AI in what we do is really important to look at trends to help point you to things that are highly impactful and highly likely. We could do some of that with risk assessments today, and we're doing some of that, but we get this tunnel vision or this availability bias quite often that we look at the last thing that impacted our organization or the last thing that was big in the news, and there was a cyber attack for a company in our space, therefore we're going to make sure we hire 5 more cyber security people next Monday. Executives generally like to follow that because it's top of mind, therefore they're like, don't ever let that happen again. But it might not be the most impactful thing. I also think with what we're building, so we've done some work on building like the whole pipeline of taking threat intelligence, correlating it with a company's assets, fixed or moving, your vendors you use, your people, your locations, and then that what do you do on the other side? So we think of it, and then how do you learn from that? So we think of that as kind of 3 or 4 different buckets. That first bucket's really ripe for us to take today, which is what should you prepare for? Why should you care? What's most likely, and how do you respond? I think the pivot we're going to use with technology when we get AI more involved in what we do as an industry is your metrics are going to be much less focused on your dashboard on how many BIAs you did, how many plans you approved, and how many exercises you ran, because all that's relatively irrelevant when you have good data that's up to date, that's connected, that you understand, and you're going to put in practice every day.
Right.
So I think the future of AI and what we do is a system that is dynamically able to make recommendations based off of steady state, what you could do to better protect yourself. When something happens, what you should do and how that could prevent the impact across the rest of the organization. And then that learning piece of how you get better the next time. And all that isn't necessarily us sitting in a room creating a scenario up front and saying, we think this is going to happen, therefore we're going to create a plan around it.
Right.
I think exercising is amazing. I think I would use AI for exercising because keeping that muscle memory available and having people be able to like get in and feel a little stress and have the pressure and come out and see what we learn from that is really important. But we can't predict right now everything that's going to impact our organization. And I think utilizing AI to help us formulate the response is where we need to go.
Right,
So it's a pivot, though. It's a drastic pivot from, I think, the way we as an industry think of it today. Because we go in, we do a risk assessment, we do a BIA, we create plans, and we exercise them.
Right. So let's take a moment. I want you to go ahead and pull up the app. Make sure you've put in your questions that you might have for this panel, because we want to make sure by the end of the session that we're able to address those. And while we're doing that, I want to shift gears again. We're going to talk a little bit about the negatives behind it. And if you ever shopped at Target, you know that eventually you will get advertisements in the mail for specific products and services that are of benefit to you, according to Target. And unfortunately, they had a situation where they were sending out or calculating what they called a pregnancy score based on the buying history of different patrons. And they began to target those people with specific ads for baby products. And unfortunately, that led to an unexpected announcement for one recipient where their family found out before they wanted to let them know. Now, there are some pitfalls to huge data analytic situations where AI could automatically do things like that. But in your opinion, Frank, what do you anticipate are some of the ethical or some of the problematic areas that AI could also bring to our industry and as a whole?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. If you want to look at an industry that really has taken machine learning and AI and ran with it, it's marketing. There are so many supercharged materials in marketing. By the way, if you ever want to your point, if you ever want to buy a frying pan anytime in the next 10 years, just Google frying pan, and you'll be getting ads retargeted for the next 2 years. The technology today, it's really interesting, like what we have access to. And Sheen, I got your permission to do this, and I didn't let you hear it before we did it, but I took a snippet of your interview with Alex Fulick off of YouTube, and I cloned your voice.
Oh, God.
I did get his permission to do this. And so I'm going to play just a little clip.
Frank, this is the real Shane Mathew. I wanted to let you know that you're doing a great job on this panel. Also, I'm going to call my bank now and have them wire you $5,000. Just let me know where you want it sent.
I don't recall that conversation at all. But that's amazing. That sounds exactly like
It does sound like you. It put a little kind of pause in there. You can change the variation in the voice. But literally, we didn't do anything ahead of time.
No.
I asked your permission to do it. I pulled you off of YouTube. I took a couple 2-minute clips of you speaking on a podcast. And for, I think it's $7 a month, I was able to subscribe and can say anything in your voice.
If
I will
call
delete the model.
any of you in the next few days, just ask me a weird question that only I would know, but to verify.
Yeah.
Because it might be Frank.
I will delete the model. But it really is crazy. So when you think about some of the pitfalls, we're going to see AIs fighting AI in the future, which is going to be interesting because right now I get so many solicitation calls that I think 2 years ago I signed up for an app called RoboKiller that screens all my calls on my phone. If you're not in my contact list and you call me, it takes a message. It's not really AI. It's just kind of traps you and records you and then does speech to text for me. But think about like that coming to me and you acting like me, spoofing your phone number, it sounds like you. I'm going to need something on my side to figure out if it's really you, right? And so we're doing this today somewhat with emails. We can see communications coming into the company. We just did a wire transfer and the bank wanted me to understand where did you get the tracking, the routing number and the account number for the place the wire was going to. Was it over email, text message, voice? And I said, it was emailed and we verbally confirmed it. And it was like, okay, well then you've done the right thing because even something coming over email could be tampered with in the middle. So it's really interesting to see just some of the dangers and you're gonna see both bad actors and good actors use AI. And it's going to be really interesting because it kind of takes us out of the loop, and you're going to see just kind of this threshold. Firewall is going to take a new definition when AI becomes much more prevalent, because if I take that if you go to 11 labs, you can voice clone. Please don't do it for nefarious reasons. But 11labs.io, you can actually do a voice cloning. It's pretty cool. Once I hook that up to ChatGPT or Copilot on the back end, you could have a seemingly conversation. I could have a conversation with you that's not you.
Wow.
That's available relatively today.
Wow.
Imagine where else we could go with bad actors. With
Yeah,
that.
we need to talk a little bit after this session. Chris, I hope you don't have a recording of my voice, but
So here we go.
What do you think about you? What concerns do you have?
I tried to lay out the buckets of risk, and I came up with five buckets. The first is hallucination of information. So the information that you get back from a generative model is just like, it can be just wrong. And kind of related to that, but it is separate, is just overconfidence. And so the model, ChatGPT or whatever the model, BART, is spitting out this information, and it sounds so confident, and you're like, it almost has like the same user experience as like, well, I Googled this, right? Or like, I Googled this from 3 different sources. It feels right. And so related to overconfidence could be our own overconfidence as an industry or as practitioners in these interactions. The third bucket is proliferation of information, of just all kinds of information. So the first kind of information could be like neutral actors. Like there's some statistics that suggest that within like 2 years, 99% of new content on the internet will be produced by generative AI. And so just so much information can be a massive challenge for those of us who need to find like the needle in the haystack if there's like that much more hay. The fourth bucket of risk is what you alluded to there with, well done, Frank, with just pollution of information. So you have proliferation of information and then pollution of information by bad actors. And so that could be an individual bad actor. Frank's actually an awesome guy. I've known him for years. But also think of like, so after the Maui fires, there was a whole ton of conspiracy theories, and it came out later that China was behind many of them, sowing misinformation. We live in a democracy. It happens to be an election year. This is like, misinformation is a real kind of existential risk to our country. And then the last bucket of risk I wrote is team skills. And so if you think about, growing up and using a calculator, there was some belief that like, look, if our kids learn to use calculators, they never learn to count or add. I was in the military, and so I used to navigate with a compass and a map, and now I have a GPS. I think those are actually excellent kind of analogies, metaphors for us to use. We want to be good at calculators with calculators, right? But we also want to understand addition and subtraction. We want to know how to use our GPS, but we also need to be able to do these things offline. And so kind of the recommendation for most of these is to, again, play around with the prompts, ask it questions. Ask it now, ChatGPT 4 can generate images, Sora can generate movies, which look incredibly realistic. But I think I want our judgment as an industry and as practitioners to be as strong as possible. We are kind of the front line of dealing with this with these risks.
Yeah. So as our practitioners are looking into the benefits as well as the challenge, Jason, can you help us understand some of the ways you've got it to go into on the ground floor of your program?
First thing that was really important is understanding the risk appetite of my organization. The last thing I wanted personally was a resume generating event because I went into a technology that wasn't appropriate. So get on an AI committee, form an AI committee, enable those conversations within your organization, understand what those guide rails need to be, understand what you can do with the data, what model you're going to populate and abuse with this. Another thing that you can do with this, and as a risk, one, Hollywood's written so many movies about this. We've seen Terminator, The Matrix, whatever. But this is just yet another disruptive technology. In a former career in photography, when we converted from analog to digital, the same type of conversation happened around that. Or when we put machine learning and AI into photographic retouching and took the truthiness out of a traditional photograph. Again, we need to go in eyes wide open. Understand your own risk appetite, understand your organization and your leader's risk appetite, and lean into that. And it's just, again, important to stand up on those committees, define those guide rails, and then proceed with caution. AI is not a replacement for experience. It just augments it. So if you think that you're going to stand up, OpenAI or Claude and think it's going to be a replacement for somebody who has been trained and has experience in ISO and continuity or DR or whatever it may be, you're going to fail immediately. But that's also part of the fun. Let's fail fast, understand how we failed, pick ourselves back up and lean back into it. There's so much opportunity again. As most of us, well, I'm single-threaded in what I do. So again, this is the assistant that I desperately need so I can focus on the important things that enable myself and my organization.
Frank, what would you recommend to companies as they're implementing AI tools, especially in programs from BCM perspective? What would you recommend as some of the things to do as you're going down this path?
Yeah, I think taking the pivot again from thinking about how can we be more dynamic in how we respond to events and not be so linear. So, there's a concept, if I think about it, and I've thought about this in terms of like generations of resilience, and we're kind of in the second generation of resilience where we've involved response, but I've seen so many organizations that don't have the response team connected with the team that actually does the planning and the part up front. And so it's a huge mess, right? So, I know we had a homework assignment in the last session. My homework assignment would be, please go and connect with your physical security teams and build a bridge to figure out how they can help you respond, because they want to help. And it's something we don't talk about a lot. So when I think about kind of using AI, it's building that bridge to help multiple teams understand the risks that we have and then be able to respond in a meaningful way that's not something that we thought was going to happen 6 months ago and we have to throw out because it's not exactly the scenario that occurred. And so I think it's going to enable us to be more dynamic. Something I thought about when Chris was speaking, that I forgot about some of the risk. I think there was a fear earlier in the earlier session. Someone said AI is a single point of failure, and it was almost like we should be weary of using it because it could be a single point of failure. And I have to say, I wholeheartedly disagree with that. AI is not a person that you're relying all of your processes on, and therefore they may not be available. We do that a lot today, and we were like, okay, John's the only one that knows how to, start the database up and start the app server up properly, therefore it's fine. AI is not like a person. You think of AI like a database. It's a new technology you use, but we're going to have redundancy. It's not just one server running, it's not just one data center, it's not just one source of data going into it. So I don't think I'd be afraid it's a single point of failure. I would be, again, more critical on the data we put into it and what we expect out of it. And having this trust and verification cycle within an organization of thinking about being able to more dynamically respond, feeding it more operational data into a system that can help us make sense of just how things interconnect. Just because a hurricane hit a location doesn't mean we should only be focused on that location. We have to look at everything else that provides, both to our customers and our other employees and our vendors in either direction. That's where connected data can really help, and machine learning models can help you understand that connection much more quickly. And then verify it, put eyes on it, and don't, I'm trying to build a system ultimately with what we're doing to help recommend responses on the other side, but humans should verify it to make sure that that's what you actually want to do before you go in and do it. So there's this trust step of reinforcing the data model. It's almost like the recommendation if you go on Yelp or anything and it says you should go to this restaurant, it's got a 4.2 star review. And then we went to lunch yesterday. We went to lunch, my team, to a restaurant, and it had a great review, and we all left and said we would never go back, right? And so that's the reinforcement of me going back in and putting an X back on that and saying, nope, not the right response. Don't recommend restaurants like that again. That's what we need to do as these kind of recommendations come out to train it. But I don't think we should be afraid of it. I think, to Jason's point, it's your assistant you never had. It's something making the connections that you can't see with the naked eye. And it's more assistive. I think AI, in a positive way for what we're doing, if you think of the difference of virtual reality and augmented reality isn't really that far off the ground today, but VR we've all looked at, and I don't know about you guys, I have a Meta goggles and I use them 3 times and they're collecting dust. in my drawer. It's really weird to be in VR. It's just not my thing. Augmented reality would be kind of cool if I could look at a building and it could tell me what's inside it and how many people are there. And the last time that we had a power outage or some kind of emergency, that starts to be more useful because I don't need to think about it. I'm not engaged somewhere. It's following my flow of my mental model.
So if y'all see Frank with those Apple goggles on, swiping in the air, as
I don't
he's
have them
walking
yet.
around.
I want a pair, but you know, I don't think there's enough useful apps on them yet to
No,
actually
not
be
yet.
able to
You're
do
right.
anything.
You're right. Now, Jason, besides ChatGPT, do you have any recommendations for how the audience could start to integrate AI-based types tools into their work?
Right, and I would recommend following the KISS principle, which is keep it simple. I'll let you figure out the last one. But just ease into it. Again, understanding if you're doing this with your organizational data, understanding the policies and procedures, gaining the permission of leadership to do that type of work and what data can be shared in the model. Outside of that, where if it's maybe more taboo in your organization, there are things that you can do personally. You don't have to put organizational data in there. You can talk things at a high level. You can say, write an exercise about a tornado that happens in California while an earthquake and a tropical storm happens. Some absurd scenarios. And just use that to start developing some concepts for exercise. What should those interjects be? What are some good questions to have? If I have this type of staff there, how should they be coordinating and how can I lead them without giving them answers? And then maybe use other tools that can take text in to generate video, similar to Sora, where you can create and mimic a scenario to put people into that in an emotional state. I use it a lot for writing analysis, tone analysis. When I'm interviewing, I download people's LinkedIn profiles, have it compared against mine, and understand what my gaps are, what my opportunities are, what are our commonalities, what questions should I ask, what questions should I stay away from, and just lean into it a lot more. Again, it's that assistant that I've always wanted but never had. So what are those things that I don't really like to do that I can enable AI to do? Again, writing, analysis, tone, just figuring out the things that I don't want to do.
So what I'm hearing you say is that we really need to investigate this, start to integrate this more. Maybe it starts on a personal level and then moves into your business persona and what you do there.
Right, and while you're doing that, you can work on your prompt engineering, which is absolutely important to develop the personas within the AI so it can talk like what you're trying to interact with. If you wanted to be like your CEO, well, you're going to have to build it up with the prompt to be like your CEO and how you interact with that. Or if you wanted to be an ISO auditor or somebody from the FDIC who's going to audit your program, what does that interaction look like? Again, get really good at prompt engineering. That's where the magic can happen and how you can enable the tool to do more for you.
Yeah. So Chris, as we're winding down on time today, what's one piece of advice you would give to the audience about the future of AI and their involvement in it?
I'll try to keep it to one, but there's going to have a 1A and a 1B.
All right.
So 1A is you definitely want to develop policies, and if we can be helpful to that, just find me on LinkedIn. We can give you just pro bono draft set of policies. We built these inside of our own watch center for recommendations on how to use AI. Again, just Chris Hurst at LinkedIn, and I'll just give me a few days to get back from DRJ, but happy to provide that. In terms of the future, I want to go back to we started with the problem of there was a false alarm you mentioned, Shane, with in the Netherlands, and you said that in the Netherlands flooding example, the missing piece there was context, and that that the AI had missed that in the summer there was vegetation, and so vegetation would slow down the rainfall, and there won't be flooding because the vegetation is going to slow that down. I think in the next 5 years, those types of challenges are going to become increasingly rare. And why is that? Because it's like an experience problem. And if you overlay that into an AI model, that's just a context layer of neurons. And so what we're learning from NVIDIA and from AWS and cloud services is that's a scalable problem that can just be solved with more machines doing more thinking, with more training. And the rise of transformers, which we didn't hit on back in 2017, means that this whole thing is growing exponentially. So I think those kinds of contextual problems will get less. This is my prediction. The last prediction is that AI is not so much, when you look at the next 5 years, if we were sitting here 5 years, in the future, what we would say is the biggest thing is what happened to us. with generative AI. And it goes back to Frank's example of cloning your voice. Last summer, Paul Graham is one of the lead investors in Silicon Valley. He wrote a letter to his companies, his portfolio companies, said, look, if you're invested in, if you've got money sitting in Silicon Valley Bank, we recommend withdrawing it. The bank may not be stable. He happened to be right, but he also calls it bank run. Can you raise your hand if any of your vendor solutions were affected by Silicon Valley bank run last year? You may not say it, it's okay. I think it was massive. I think it was like 30 to 40% of like startups or any company in the last 5 years were affected by the bank run. And there was like a 2-week window when it didn't seem like these companies could get money out to like pay their people. So massive vendor risk, massive vendor risk. Now what you just heard from Frank and 11 Labs imitating Shane here, imagine that any actor can do that with President Biden, with President Putin, talking about nuclear attacks. The attack is imminent. I think that's really, really scary. And so I was saying backstage that one of the themes that you'll hear from today is that generative AI in particular, but AI more generally, is a superpower in the hands of the good guys, which is all of us in this room, and it's a superpower in the hands of the bad guys, which is, hopefully, God forbid, no one in this room, but nation-state actors, criminals, and so on. And so I think it means that our role as an industry, as continuity professionals, as risk professionals, security professionals, will become more and more important over the next 5 years.
Right, right. And Frank, what about you? What do you think is the advice you would give to the audience about AI?
Yeah, there's one word Chris said, and it resonates, and I say it so much, but I didn't say it on this panel, is context, right? I think, we spend so much time at Infinite Blue thinking about how to give those that use our software context around. My mnemonic is what, so what, now what, right? And so if you think in those 3 stages, and that's kind of the three pillars that we think of in stages, how can I take AI to reduce the time between those stages? So something happens, we don't know what it is, something in Haiti happens, we don't necessarily know, is it confirmed, is it not, what really happened, what's going on, does it impact us? There's a time period, and then we know how it's impacting us, and we go, what should we do? How should we communicate? What are we gonna do? And then there's the learning piece, when we've really got a handle on it, either it's ended or we're managing it, and we say, well, now what do we do? And that context piece really is critical. And so, for us, it's unlocking the value through machine learning models and into AI. When the hurricane hits the location, again, it's not just, yes, that location's been impacted, or yes, that vendor's been impacted, but for us, it's taking the data that you have in your BIAs and your risk assessments and all your operational data that's interconnected, and telling you, here's the worst case scenario. So I call it the hurricane cone for your business when an event hits your business. If we do nothing, where's it gonna go? How bad can it get? And where should we take a hard left turn to make sure that we can stop this from spreading to the organization? AI and machine learning models assist with all of that and help us reduce that time, between that kind of what, so what, now what.
That's great. That's great. So let's go to our poll, our last poll of the session. I'd like you to take a moment and answer the question that's on your screen about, based on what you know today, what would your use case be potentially with AI and resilience? And I'd love to see the response based on our conversations today, as well as your own thoughts behind this, but where you can actually see you starting to apply this information. This has been a great opportunity to kind of discuss this, and I think it's very important for us as an industry to look at this more extensively. Let's see what kind of results we get if you have a moment.
Do you want to take a break? Do you want me to announce the results of your voice in this? Or
Probably already have. All right. So we're seeing some responses here. So risk analysis BIAs, we see about 23%. It seems to be consistent there. Planning, about 15%. Program management, presentations, governance, 19%. Tabletop exercises, by far the winner. I can't see the final number there, but it seems pretty high.
35, yeah.
Yeah, and then I would not at this time, 5%. So I totally understand that. I think before we move into questions, I just want to leave one thought that I think the panel will probably all agree with. If you had the opportunity to invest in Bitcoin when it was 13 cents or something like that, would you do it?
Yes.
Yes, is probably the answer.
13 cents, yes.
By a lot of that, right? Yeah. So just, not to say that this is the same and we'll have the same outcomes, but my point is there's an opportunity in front of us as an industry. So please use this opportunity from what we've learned today and discussed today to discuss and how that can actually be involved in your day-to-day as we move forward.
Another
Jason?
piece of food for thought to think about AI. Today is the worst it'll ever be. Yep. So only goes up from here. Think about that. Think about that voice cloning. Think about all of the different things you could or could not do with it. Tomorrow will be different. Next year will be impactful.
Right.
I was actually afraid I was going to trip some alarm at 11 Labs when I typed in, let me know where to wire the $5,000. I'm like, are they going to shut my account down? There are no, I'm like, there needs to be safeguards in that system.
I am going to go log into my bank account right now. Let's look what kind of questions that we received during our session today. We got one right now. Let's see. How do you limit the concerns and risks around AI, such as disinformation, risk of leaking information, and replacing staff?
Okay. Can I just do this quickly?
Look,
I think knowledge workers are most at risk of AI replacing them. I truly believe that. And so it becomes less important as we think. I do a lot of work with higher education outside of Infinite Blue, and it's more about educating on skills than it is on knowledge anymore if you think about what AI can actually do for us. And so I think if you show up as a knowledge worker in your organization, you are at risk of being displaced. My goal is to have all of you show up as, in what your skills are and the strategic value you can provide your organization, because I think we all have that capability to do that. AI models, I think you have to be really concerned, just to keep this concise. There are public models and there are private models, and something like Microsoft Copilot literally has a switch, whether you go to web or work is how they call it. Work will only use things inside your own instance of Office 365, and web goes to the web, and you can be on one or the other. I think that's a really important thing, because if you put data into a shared model or a non-purpose built model, like let's say you're using something that's built for a CRM, but you're using it for something else, it might be shared out because it's a shared system.
Yeah.
You have to be really careful about public and private instances of machine learning models and the data that have been fed in. So I think you need to be concerned there.
I'll take the disinformation. So risk of leaking information, we can manage that with policies. And again, ping me on LinkedIn and we'll help you with the policies there. On the disinformation side, we've been saying for years that you need to validate your sources. Mm-hmm. And so before we push anything into an AI model to parse it, remember there's different kinds of AI. And when you parse it, like what is this about, where did it happen, when did it happen, you want to only use trusted sources. So there was an example a couple years ago on Twitter. There was a series of Russian bots that proliferated information about an explosion at a factory in Louisiana. None of it ever happened. And you don't want to, we can't, and you don't want to fire that kind of information off. So know where the information is coming from, the base information. And so from your vendors, that should be, you should be able to click in and see where that's coming from. They should be validating that. And then even in the models, if you go play with ChatGPT, at least in 4, it is now giving you more information from the sources. 3.5 was not, or 3 was not connected to the internet. So you were saying 4 is connected to the internet, but it will often give you sources, and you can push it with prompt engineering to let you know where you got that information.
Yeah, and I think governance is actually a very easy first step to address this. For example, the use of tools. Obviously, Frank's company's governance allows him to do anything he wants with anybody's voice, but having some governance in place that kind of outlines the use cases, what's appropriate, what's not, is going to be a good step. Let's talk about how will AI transform the BIA process. Anyone here want to take a stab at this? Jason, I see a hand raised. Go for it.
Hopefully it kills it.
Thank you. I have strong feelings on that as well.
You know,
I'm looking at my
bring in
team
the hate,
and I'm like,
bring in
no
the
one
hate,
wants me
come
to
on.
say it either, but yes.
It's not a favorite process of mine. I get the importance of it. Obviously, I have to do it. I'm in a regulated environment, but hopefully it helps enable it where it sucks less. Because I know I don't like doing it, my users don't like doing it, but yet there's value in it. I hope it kills it. Just set it on fire and run away.
That was a great answer. Is there any more questions from the audience that we want to answer?
I don't know where we go from there.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
Sorry.
Well, look, at the end of the day, there is opportunity for AI to get involved and be, like Jason said, that additional support, make assessments, give you some feedback that you can then make choices around, right? I've used it with fake data from a BIA in using ChatGPT to kind of assess and come up with definitions of what's critical based on the data, what you would do, and the justification for elevating that importance of a particular process. So there's opportunity. I think it's more than capable to do it, but going back to the pitfalls, be very careful about what you put into those open models. Yes. But that's all the time we have today. We're excited that we got a chance to do that. I want to give a round of applause to this panel that really helped out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause for these guys. All right, just so you know, I'm a little biased because I know practically everyone. Only person I don't know is Chris. So Chris, once I know you, I'll be just as biased. So again, thank you everyone for staying here, hanging in with us. I hope you enjoyed the sessions. Don't forget again to do your survey to give feedback in the mobile app. We're going to dismiss. Now we're going to the exhibit hall this way. So we would ask everyone to go to lunch this way, not out the front doors. It just makes it easier for you to get to lunch and to the exhibit. Don't forget to visit our exhibitors. Join in on the daily raffles by visiting the booths and participating with the vendors, and scan the QR code at the booth. Winners will be drawn at random, and the names will be posted at the last scheduled break in the exhibit hall on Monday and Tuesday. You can visit the DRJ booth for the list of winners to claim your prize. Also, lunch will be from now until 1 p.m. in the exhibit hall. Breakout sessions, again, will start at 1 p.m. to 4:45. Tonight's reception, just so you know, tonight's reception is being moved in-house because there may be some rain, so we don't want you to get wet. So tonight's reception will be in the atrium from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. There'll be some light drinks and appetizers. So if you're hungry, make sure you make an appointment somewhere else to eat. I'm just saying, or it's called Uber Eats, DoorDash, you know how to do it. So for dinner tonight. And then again, thank you everyone and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.